The maps we trust are often wrong, and sometimes the cities they forget still exist. Beneath lakes, harbors, and coastal plains across the globe lie ruins that were never meant to be seen again. Stone walls built in perfect symmetry, now hidden beneath fresh water. Roads that vanish into the depths. Temples that echo with histories older than our oldest books. Divers have found shattered pillars beneath Alexandria, perfectly preserved mosaics under the Bay of Naples, and fortress stones deep inside Turkey's largest lake. But the questions don't stop at architecture. Why do ancient canals lie hidden beneath modern Venice? Why did an entire Hawaiian island vanish, yet leave behind sunken terraces? And how did a mapmaker's island, once used to negotiate national borders, simply disappear from the Gulf of Mexico without a trace? Some of these places were lost to earthquakes, some to floods, and some to something else entirely. Because when you line them up, across continents, cultures, and centuries, a pattern begins to emerge. One that suggests our ancestors may have built entire civilizations in places we now call uninhabitable. Or perhaps they were forced to. These are not stories of Atlantis. They are not fantasy. They're places you can visit, dive into, touch with your own hands. But ask anyone who's gone looking, and they'll tell you the same thing. There's something unsettling about cities without surface. Places built to be seen, now seen only by fish and by accident. Ruins that don't just challenge history, but defy it. So sit back and let yourself drift, because the further down we go, the more familiar the past becomes. Let's begin. Cleopatra was one of the most documented rulers of antiquity. Her image adorned coins. Her court was visited by Roman emissaries. Poets, historians, and rivals wrote about her at length. But of her palace, there is almost nothing. No blueprints, no detailed descriptions, no paintings or mosaics, just vague references. A mention of its splendor, its marble, its nearness to the sea. It's as if the palace was never meant to be remembered in detail, as if its true shape and its deepest rooms were meant to be forgotten, until the sea was ready to give them back. Before we return to the story, a quick heads up. The visuals in today's video are intentionally subtle. These mysteries took time to uncover, and even longer to piece together. So feel free to listen in the background while you go about your day, or simply let your mind wander. The images are here if you want them, but they're not essential. Thanks for being here. Let's get back to the mystery. Today, the sun shines over Alexandria. Tourists visit the citadel. Children swim in the shallows where once an empire fell. But beneath them, Cleopatra's world remains. Heavy with salt, shrouded in silence, half seen through murky water and shifting sand. The team working to uncover it faces enormous challenges. Underwater archaeology is delicate work, complicated by currents, sedimentation, and the fragility of ancient stone. Much of the excavation must be done by hand in cold, slow dives with limited visibility. And even with modern sonar and scanning equipment, the sheer density of the harbour floor resists easy revelation. Each artifact recovered is catalogued, scanned, preserved. Some are sent to museums. Others remain underwater, protected by the silt that has hidden them for centuries. And still, there are places no one has yet reached. Dark corners, submerged corridors, echoes of rooms once lit by torchlight and incense. Places where Cleopatra may have walked, ruled, conspired, dreamed, and perhaps died. If her tomb is there, it would not be grand. She would have wanted privacy, security, a place that Octavian's soldiers could never reach, a place where history would fail to follow. What secrets might lie within such a tomb? Her writings, her regalia, her final message, or perhaps nothing at all. Perhaps the greatest queen of the ancient world chose to vanish not only from power, but from memory, to dissolve into myth, into sea, into silence. And so, we are left with ruins. Granite statues gazing from the seafloor, sphinxes half buried in coral, coins that once passed through Cleopatra's fingers, and stone columns lying like bones in the mud, remnants of a city that once rivaled Rome. A city that fell not with a scream, but a ripple, and beneath it all, a question that lingers. Did Cleopatra leave behind a final secret? Or did she take it with her, into the deep, as the divers descend, as the silt stirs, as the sun sets over Alexandria? The sea keeps its silence, but somewhere, beneath the waves, the last queen waits. Over the next decade, thousands of artifacts would be recovered. Bronze coins bearing Cleopatra's profile, amphorae still sealed with resin, gold jewelry, ceremonial knives, sculpted heads, and carved lions. Entire sections of temple facades were mapped and digitally reconstructed. One statue, nearly intact, depicted the god Hapi, personification of the Nile, standing nearly 17 feet tall, his expression serene, his hands resting on sacred offerings. Others showed Greek-style representations of Egyptian deities, revealing the hybrid iconography of the Ptolemaic age. But of all the discoveries, one stood out. A large platform, lined with broken columns and partial doorways, oriented toward the sea. It matched descriptions from ancient texts. A seaside palace with access to the harbour, where Cleopatra was said to receive foreign emissaries, and perhaps even Mark Antony himself. Was this the palace? The evidence was compelling. Its size, its location, the style of its remains, all pointed to a royal residence, possibly even Cleopatra's own. And yet, there were problems. The layout was incomplete. Certain structures were missing. The orientation of some ruins seemed inconsistent with ancient maps. And oddly, the deepest parts of the site remained unexplored, buried beneath layers of sand that divers couldn't easily penetrate. Worse still, portions of the site appeared deliberately dismantled. Some blocks had chisel marks that suggested removal, not destruction, as if, in the final years of the dynasty, someone had begun disassembling the palace, moving it, hiding it, or perhaps preserving it. Why? And here, the mystery deepens. According to some historians, Cleopatra knew the end was coming. Rome was closing in. Octavian, soon to be Augustus, had declared war on her. Her fleet was weakened, her allies deserting her. And though legends focus on her romance with Mark Antony, Cleopatra was first and foremost a tactician. Would she have allowed her legacy to be destroyed? Some believe that before her death, before the fabled suicide by asp or poison or dagger, Cleopatra arranged for parts of her palace to be dismantled and buried. Some treasures moved to secret locations, others entombed within the harbour itself. Her last act not of surrender, but concealment. A pharaoh's version of a time capsule. Supporting this theory are the gaps in the site, certain corridors that lead nowhere, columns that seem designed to support non-existent roofs, foundations with no structure above them. It's as if something is missing, or never completed, or hidden beneath something else. And then there's the rumour of the tomb. For centuries, archaeologists have searched for Cleopatra's final resting place. Some believe she was buried with Antony in a mausoleum near the palace. Others think her tomb was separate, carved into a hillside beyond the city, but no trace has ever been found. Could it be underwater? Could her tomb, her sarcophagus, her treasures, her writings be hidden beneath the harbour, in chambers yet undiscovered? It sounds fanciful, but then again, so did the idea of finding an entire palace beneath the sea. Frank Gaudio and his team continue to scan and map the site using sub-bottom profilers and magnetometers. Every year, new anomalies are detected, patterns beneath the seabed that suggest walls, cavities, or structures not yet uncovered. And the harbour, despite centuries of silt, still holds its secrets. Divers report strange changes in visibility, sudden currents that shift the sand, odd acoustics, echoes that don't match the contours of the known ruins. One diver described a sensation of being watched by the statues, not unusual in a setting so steeped in history, but unsettling all the same. Other researchers note that certain artifacts seem intentionally buried deeper than others, as if placed out of reach, awaiting some future discovery. There is, too, the matter of the so-called missing quadrant. According to some reconstructions of the royal quarter, one section, a rectangular area bordered by distinct structural lines, appears to have vanished. It's not that it was destroyed, it's that it isn't there. Was it lost to the sea before the rest? Buried deeper? Or was it never completed? Could this empty quadrant hold the final answer? And yet, perhaps the greatest mystery isn't the physical layout, but the silence. Cleopatra was one of the most documented rulers of antiquity. Her image adorned coins. Her court was visited by Roman emissaries. Poets, historians, and rivals wrote about her at length. But of her palace, there is almost nothing. No blueprints, no detailed descriptions, no paintings or mosaics, just vague references, a mention of its splendor, its marble, its nearness to the sea. It's as if the palace was never meant to be remembered in detail, as if its true shape and its deepest rooms were meant to be forgotten, until the sea was ready to give them back. Today, the sun shines over Alexandria. Tourists visit the citadel. Children swim in the shallows where once an empire fell. But beneath them, Cleopatra's world remains, heavy with salt, shrouded in silence, half seen through murky water and shifting sand. The team working to uncover it faces enormous challenges. Underwater archaeology is delicate work, complicated by currents, sedimentation, and the fragility of ancient stone. Much of the excavation must be done by hand in cold, slow dives with limited visibility. And even with modern sonar and scanning equipment, the sheer density of the harbour floor resists easy revelation. Each artifact recovered is catalogued, scanned, preserved. Some are sent to museums. Others remain underwater, protected by the silt that has hidden them for centuries. And still, there are places no one has yet reached. Dark corners, submerged corridors, echoes of rooms once lit by torchlight and incense. Places where Cleopatra may have walked, ruled, conspired, dreamed, and perhaps died. If her tomb is there, it would not be grand. She would have wanted privacy, security, a place that Octavian's soldiers could never reach, a place where history would fail to follow. What secrets might lie within such a tomb? Her writings, her regalia, her final message, or perhaps nothing at all. Perhaps the greatest queen of the ancient world chose to vanish not only from power, but from memory, to dissolve into myth, into sea, into silence. And so, we are left with ruins. Granite statues gazing from the seafloor, sphinxes half buried in coral, coins that once passed through Cleopatra's fingers, and stone columns lying like bones in the mud, remnants of a city that once rivaled Rome, a city that fell not with a scream, but a ripple, and beneath it all, a question that lingers. Did Cleopatra leave behind a final secret? Or did she take it with her, into the deep, as the divers descend, as the silt stirs, as the sun sets over Alexandria? The sea keeps its silence, but somewhere, beneath the waves, the last queen waits. Story 2. The Lake Titicaca's underwater temples. From the broken halls of Cleopatra's drowned palace, we rise slowly from the Mediterranean depths, leaving behind the hushed echoes of a lost queen's empire still murmuring beneath the waves. But the silence doesn't last long, because halfway across the world, at the roof of South America, another mystery lies beneath the water. One that may be older, stranger, and perhaps even more important. This one does not rest beneath a sea, but a lake. A lake held in the cradle of the Andes Mountains. A lake that was sacred long before the first European ships touched South American shores. It is called Lake Titicaca, and what sleeps beneath its shimmering surface may be more than just stones, more than just history. It may be the remnants of a forgotten world, one that predates the Incas, and one that challenges everything we think we know about the origins of civilization in the Americas. Let's dive into the cold waters of Lake Titicaca and the enigma of its underwater temples. Lake Titicaca sits high in the Andes, straddling the border of Peru and Bolivia at an altitude of over 12,500 feet above sea level. It is the highest navigable lake in the world, a vast, silent body of water that seems to float above the clouds. The lake itself is immense, nearly 120 miles long and up to 50 miles wide in places. Its waters are cold, still, and deep, and for thousands of years it has been considered sacred. Long before the rise of the Inca Empire, Lake Titicaca was the spiritual center of the Andean world. According to Inca mythology, it is from this very lake that the sun god Viracocha emerged, bringing with him the first people. The Incas believed the lake was the birthplace of civilization, a place where gods walked among mortals, and where the thin veil between the human world and the divine had once torn open. They built temples on its shores. They offered gold and silver into its depths. They called it the Sacred Lake. But what if the myths were remembering something real? In 2000, a team of underwater archaeologists made a discovery that stunned the scientific community. While conducting sonar scans beneath the lake's surface near the Bolivian coast, the team detected a massive structure resting on the lake bed. At first, they thought it might be a geological formation, a fluke of nature shaped by centuries of tectonic activity. But as divers descended through the frigid waters, the truth became clear. The structure was artificial. Stone blocks, carved steps, platform-like formations arranged in precise geometry, walls, corridors, and then something else, a sunken temple, over 200 meters long, resting silently beneath the waves. The team, led by archaeologist Lorenzo Epis and supported by the Bolivian government, announced that they had found what appeared to be the remains of an ancient ceremonial complex. Not just one structure, but an entire underwater site stretching over half a kilometer. Stone walls up to 2 meters high, terraces, platforms, and scattered among the ruins, fragments of ceramics, stone tools, and even what appeared to be gold and silver artifacts. Everything pointed to something extraordinary. This wasn't Inca. It was older, possibly much older. Some estimates placed its age at 1,000 to 1,500 years, but others suggested something even more controversial, because among the debris, researchers claimed to find objects associated not with the Incas, but with the Tiwanaku civilization, a culture that thrived from around 300 to 1000 AD, centered at the site of Tiwanaku, over 40 miles away. Tiwanaku was already considered one of the most enigmatic civilizations in South American prehistory. Its stonework was precise, its monuments massive, its society complex. And then, mysteriously, it disappeared. Now it seemed a piece of that lost world had been found beneath the waves. The implications were enormous. Could this submerged temple complex have been part of a wider Tiwanaku religious network? Could it have predated the Tiwanaku city itself? Or was it the remnant of something even earlier? A proto-civilization that Tiwanaku inherited and perhaps even revered? The location only deepened the mystery, because the site wasn't just anywhere in the lake. It was directly adjacent to the Island of the Sun, the same island where, according to myth, the gods created the first human beings. The same island where Inca priests built a shrine to mark the birthplace of their ancestors. The same island still considered sacred by local communities to this day. Had those myths remembered the truth? Had oral traditions passed down through the centuries preserved fragments of a forgotten era? And if so, what happened to the civilization that once built temples beneath the lake? There are several competing theories. One possibility is tectonic activity. Lake Titicaca lies near several fault lines. A powerful earthquake or landslide could have submerged the site thousands of years ago. If so, it may have been abandoned in haste, its structures swallowed by rising water and sediment. Another theory suggests that the water level of the lake has not always been consistent. In fact, geological surveys show that Lake Titicaca has risen and fallen multiple times over the past several thousand years. During periods of intense rainfall or glacial melt, the lake may have expanded, flooding settlements that once stood safely on dry ground. But that raises its own question. If the site was once above water, how old must it be? To answer that, some researchers have pointed to another clue: the layout of the ruins. According to some interpretations, the orientation of the structures appears to align with celestial events, equinoxes, solstices, and star positions. If that's true, it could suggest the site was not just ceremonial, but astronomical, a calendar in stone. If confirmed, that would place the builders among the ranks of the ancient world's most sophisticated sky watchers. And it would also complicate the timeline, because the knowledge required to build such structures implies a level of cultural development not typically attributed to pre-Inca peoples in the Andes. At least, not officially. Others go further. They point to legends passed down by the Aymara and Quechua peoples, stories of a great flood, of cities lost beneath the lake, of gods who punished humanity with water. To mainstream archaeologists, these are simply myths. But to those who believe in ancient cataclysms, they may be memories. Some suggest that Lake Titicaca's sunken temples are part of a much older chapter in human history, perhaps even connected to the fabled continent of Atlantis, or to an early lost civilization that seeded cultures around the globe. This theory remains fringe, but it reflects a persistent feeling. that something about this site doesn't fit into our current understanding of history. There are still more questions than answers. Why did the builders choose this location? Was the lake always sacred? Or did something happen here to make it so? Why were gold and silver objects found among the ruins if the site was submerged for centuries? And perhaps most important of all, why hasn't the site been fully excavated? Despite the 2000 discovery and initial dives, further exploration has been slow. Political instability, funding issues, and the logistical challenges of underwater archaeology at high altitude have all delayed progress. There have been calls to declare the site a protected heritage zone. But so far, most of the ruins remain unseen, unstudied, untouched, resting in the cold silence of the deep. Local communities, meanwhile, have their own views. Many indigenous groups regard the site as sacred. Some oppose further excavation, fearing it would disturb ancestral spirits. Others see it as a confirmation of their oral histories, a validation of traditions long dismissed by outsiders. They speak of the city beneath the lake, a place where wise people once lived, a place of knowledge, a place that fell. Whether through war, flood, or something else entirely, they do not say, and perhaps they don't need to. Because in the end, the ruins speak for themselves. They speak in the language of stone, a language older than words, more permanent than memory, and more enduring than empire. Today, Lake Titicaca still shimmers in the high mountain sun. Its islands still hold festivals. Its people still speak the languages of their ancestors. And beneath the waves, the ruins wait, waiting for the right eyes, the right questions, the right moment to rise. But until then, they remain silent. Stone corridors that once echoed with footsteps, ceremonial altars that once burned with offerings, walls that once held meaning, all of it lost to time and to water, all of it preserved by accident or design in a place too sacred to forget and too mysterious to understand. Lake Titicaca may yet hold the key to rewriting the history of South America, or it may remain, like so many other ancient enigmas, an unsolved riddle, hidden just beneath the surface. But not all mysteries lie in darkness. Some shimmer in sunlight. Some drift just beneath the surface, hidden in plain sight. And some, like the submerged temples of Lake Titicaca, reflect back not just the sky, but the face of the past. Still watching, still waiting, still there. Story 3. The Forgotten Canals of Venice. From the sacred depths of Lake Titicaca, where stone temples lie undisturbed beneath glacial waters, to the Andean reflections that flicker like memories lost in the mirror of time, we now travel across continents, to a city known not for being hidden, but for being seen. A city of masks and masquerades, of marble palaces and midnight canals. A city that floats, or so it appears, defying time, defying gravity, defying history. But what if the Venice we know is not the first? What if, beneath its shimmering surface, lie the ruins of something older, stranger, forgotten? This is the mystery of Venice's lost canals, ghost infrastructure beneath a living city, and perhaps the echo of a civilization that water didn't just embrace, but erase. Let's follow the current back in time. Venice isn't just a city, it's an illusion, a labyrinth of bridges and water and silence, suspended on wooden piles hammered into the soft mud of a shallow lagoon. From above, It resembles a dream drawn in stone, elegant and fragile, floating between the Adriatic and the sky. But beneath the gondolas, beneath the cafes and basilicas and opera houses, there are layers, dark, drowned layers, ancient foundations that don't match the timelines, channels that lead nowhere, archways submerged far below the present waterline, with no record of ever being built. These aren't the glamorous sights that draw tourists in droves. They're not part of any official tour. But to divers and hydrologists, to historians who know where to look, they form a silent map of something wrong. And that map begins with the mud. Venice's lagoon is a sediment trap, a slow, viscous memory that preserves what it buries. Unlike coastal cities eroded by tides or crumbled by earthquake, Venice is constantly sinking. Not because the buildings are flawed, but because the ground beneath them is. Software saturated, shifting, a floating city, but only just. This process, called subsidence, is gradual, but it's measurable. Over centuries, the water creeps higher, not all at once, but in inches, rippling up walls and through alleyways. Modern engineers have raised walkways and constructed massive underwater gates to hold back the Adriatic tide. And yet, some things remain below reach. Divers in the 1980s began to notice it first. While conducting inspections of seawalls and pilings, they came across anomalies. Brick channels beneath existing canals, buried beneath layers of silt. Waterways that had clearly been engineered, but were too deep to have ever served a purpose, at least for Venice as we know it. These submerged canals were lined with masonry inconsistent with known Venetian styles, worn smooth, eroded in ways that suggested not 5 or 6 centuries of age, but perhaps 1,000 or more. Most curious of all, some of these channels cut underneath structures that were supposedly the oldest in the city. Foundations built during Venice's earliest expansion in the 9th and 10th centuries. And yet, beneath them lay bricks. That would suggest something staggering, that the oldest parts of Venice were not the oldest at all, that another layer existed, a vanished chapter below. Could it be that the city was built atop an earlier settlement? Some archaeologists dismissed the finds. They argued the deeper structures were merely old sewage or drainage conduits, abandoned during reconstruction. But not everyone agreed, because these conduits were too large, too deliberate. They aligned with nothing above. And in some places, they extended beyond the lagoon's edge, beneath reclaimed land, into what should have once been open water. Satellite imaging, sonar mapping, and new underwater photogrammetry have confirmed it. There are canal-like formations beneath modern Venice that serve no function in its current infrastructure. And in certain parts of the lagoon, especially to the north and east, faint rectilinear patterns appear, as if of roads or walls, now completely underwater. A discovery in 2008 deepened the mystery. While conducting geotechnical surveys for flood barrier installations, researchers found several stone pilings far beneath the sediment, deeper than any known Venetian foundation. These weren't the wooden piles used in Venice's classical construction. They were made of Istrian stone, a hard, pale limestone prized in ancient times, and they were arranged in perfect rows. One diver described the sensation of floating above them as swimming through a sunken colonnade. But no such colonnade exists in Venice's official records. No ruin was known to occupy that space. No historian could place it. It was as if part of the city had fallen, been buried, and forgotten. But how? Venice, as the historical record tells us, was founded by refugees. In the 5th and 6th centuries AD, as the Western Roman Empire collapsed under waves of barbarian invasions, citizens of inland cities fled to the safety of the lagoon's marshy islets. The earliest mentions of a settlement appear around 421 AD, little more than fishing huts and watchtowers. By the 9th century, Venice had grown into a trade hub. By the 11th, it was a maritime empire. But nothing in that record explains what lies beneath. No document speaks of an earlier city swallowed by water. Unless the city's founding story is incomplete, or perhaps rewritten. Legends linger in the mud like bones. Among the fishermen and old families of the lagoon, there are whispers. Whispers of an older place, of a city that sank before Venice rose. In some versions, it was a city cursed, punished for pride, like Atlantis. In others, it was merely forgotten, a victim of tides, or war, or silence. One tale, recounted in a 13th century chronicle, speaks of a place called Altinum. Altinum was a real Roman city, located just north of modern Venice. By the 1st century AD, it was a prosperous port, complete with amphitheaters, temples, and villas. It sat not on the islands, but on the mainland coast, connected by canals to the Adriatic. But then, something happened. Between the 4th and 7th centuries, Altinum declined. Waves of invasions, Huns, then Lombards, pushed its citizens out. Some fled inland. Others, it said, fled to the lagoon, taking with them not just memories, but bricks. Some historians believe early Venetians repurposed the ruins of Altinum to build their new city, a kind of architectural recycling. But what if they did more than salvage materials? What if they rebuilt Altinum itself in the water? If so, Venice may not have been founded anew, but reborn. A floating resurrection of a land-based city drowned in politics, war, and rising seas. Modern archaeological work at the Altinum site reveals roads, ports, and canals, remarkably similar to early Venetian layouts. Could it be that Venice is not a wholly new invention, but a mirror of a lost world? And if that's true, what lies between the two? Somewhere between Altinum and Venice is a grey zone, a time and place not accounted for in written history, a liminal period when settlers, migrants, or survivors may have tried to build something not on land, but in the shallows. And then, perhaps they failed. Perhaps the tides came too quickly. Perhaps war found them. And what remains is what we glimpse now. Canals that begin and end in mud. Walls with no visible roof. Archways that stare upward into silt and light. But why would anyone build in the lagoon at all? To understand, we have to think like people desperate for sanctuary. The Venetian lagoon, though treacherous and muddy, offered protection. No cavalry could cross it. No army could march through it. It was a natural moat, a fluid fortress. In times of crisis, people don't always seek the highest ground. Sometimes, they seek the most inaccessible. They vanish into wetlands, into forests, into water. And when they do, they leave strange traces. Some Italian researchers have theorized that the submerged canal network predates formal Venetian architecture, possibly dating back to Roman or even pre-Roman times. Remnants of a wetland adaptation strategy long forgotten. But the mystery deepens. Because recent ground-penetrating radar surveys beneath Venice's campi, its open squares, have revealed voids, rectilinear anomalies, places where the foundations seem to sit atop something older, tombs, storage rooms, or something stranger. One square, Campo San Giacomo dell'Orio, showed evidence of a subterranean layer of basalt tiles far beneath the city's known paving. No known Venetian era used basalt for paving, and the depth suggests a far earlier structure, long since buried. But perhaps the most haunting clues come not from archaeology, but from memory. In the early 20th century, a priest named Don Marcello Toffoli recorded interviews with elderly Venetians in Cannaregio and Castello, districts not far from the city's northern fringe. Several spoke of childhood games near certain wells, where the water smelled older, where the bricks beneath the waterline were not red, but grey, where, in drought years, the water level dropped low enough to reveal carvings, symbols, not Latin, not Greek, just curves, spirals, circles within circles. No one knew what they meant, but they called them the drowned letters, as if someone, long ago, had tried to write something into the stone, and time had washed the meaning away. These stories were dismissed at the time, folklore, nothing more. But recent dives in those same wells have confirmed unusual etchings, worn, subtle, but real. Some resemble early Venetian merchant marks, others resemble nothing at all. What language speaks in spirals? The theories multiply. One camp argues for lost Roman infrastructure, forgotten aqueducts and drainage systems built by engineers whose names are long gone. Another suggests a Byzantine presence, early settlers from the east bringing exotic architecture that vanished after centuries of flooding and reconstruction. And then there's the fringe, those who whisper of a civilization older than Rome, of a maritime people who lived in the lagoon during the Bronze Age, who built in stone and vanished with the sea. There's no hard evidence, just scattered anomalies. And yet, the lagoon was not always water. 10,000 years ago, it was dry land, a river plain, perhaps even a settlement basin. Somewhere in that shift, from plain to marsh to sea, something may have been lost, or buried, or remembered only in the gaps between stones. Today, Venice continues to sink. The Meuse flood barriers, a multi-billion euro project, rise and fall with the tides, holding back the future inch by inch. But the past seeps through the cracks. Divers still report seeing doors to nowhere, archways submerged, half filled with silt, leading deeper. Some too small to enter, some too dangerous. One diver described a submerged vault near the island of San Francesco del Deserto, its entrance framed in unfamiliar stone. Inside, nothing but silence, and a current that moved against the tide. He never went back. There are places even Venetians don't explore, wells long sealed, canals filled in centuries ago. But sometimes, during low tide, you can see their outlines, streets that aren't streets, paths that vanish beneath the water, places the city forgot, or chose to forget. In the end, Venice is a city of masks, of surfaces, of reflections. Perhaps it reflects more than just beauty. Perhaps it reflects a memory of a city beneath the city, a place that once rose from the water and then returned to it. We may never know who built the ghost canals, or why they lie deeper than they should, or what the spiral carvings mean, but the questions remain. Why do parts of Venice rest atop stone that no one remembers laying? Why do some wells whisper? And what if the city we see is only the last chapter of a story still buried in the mud? The lagoon holds its breath. The bricks press against time, and below the surface, the forgotten canals wait. Story 4. The Port Royal Collapse. From the sunken palaces of Heracleion, where pharaohs once walked and gods were honored in temples now dissolved into sediment, we drift from the forgotten underlayers of Venice, where ghost canals and sunken corridors hint at a city beneath the city. We shift across the Atlantic and into a different kind of silence, one not buried by time, but shattered in a single, violent moment. Because some places fade slowly, and others are torn away. This is the story of a city once called the richest and wickedest in the world. A place built too boldly, too fast, and perhaps too close to the edge. A morning quake, a violent roar, and then the sea came in. Fast, final. Port Royal wasn't lost in legend. It was lost in real time. And even now, centuries later, it hasn't let go of its dead. The story of Port Royal begins not in water, but in fire. The fire of gunpowder and conquest. It's the mid-17th century. Jamaica has just been seized by the British from the Spanish Empire, and with it comes a desire to turn this Caribbean island into something far more profitable than a colonial afterthought. Its location was ideal, perched on the edge of a deep natural harbour, protected by a long sand spit known as the Palisados. Here, at the tip of this sandy peninsula, a town was born, and it grew quickly, far too quickly. By the 1660s, Port Royal had become the busiest and most affluent port in the Caribbean. Not because of trade alone, but because of what and who it attracted: privateers, pirates, smugglers. It became a haven for those who lived by their own laws, a place where morality bent under the weight of gold, where ships offloaded not just goods, but greed. They called it the Sodom of the New World, a city of excess, of taverns, brothels, and debauchery, where over 100 drinking establishments catered to a population of just a few thousand. And yet, for all its sin, Port Royal thrived. Its harbour was full, its streets were wide, its buildings were grand, many of them constructed of brick, imported at great cost. It was the wealthiest city in the Western Hemisphere, and some whispered it was tempting fate, because in a place where the earth is not made of rock, but sand, where foundations are temporary and the past is littered with tremors, you don't build temples to vice, you build warnings. June 7th, 1692. The morning began like any other. Clear skies, warm air, the smell of salt and smoke drifting in from the harbour. But beneath the sand, something moved. At 11:43 a.m., the ground shuddered. Not a single quake, but three, in quick succession. The earth liquefied, streets cracked open, buildings collapsed, and the sea came in. Eyewitnesses described it like the opening of a mouth. The ground split and pulled whole blocks of the city downward. 2/3 of Port Royal sank beneath the waves in the span of minutes. Gone. Those who survived did so by sheer luck, or by clinging to floating debris. Many were not so fortunate. Estimates suggest over 2,000 people died that day, not from fire or war, but from a world that simply stopped holding them. It wasn't just the shaking, it was the sand. Port Royal had been built on a narrow finger of loose sediment, unstable, waterlogged, and never meant to carry weight. When the earthquake struck, a process known as liquefaction began. Solid ground turned to fluid. Buildings that once stood tall were swallowed whole, as if pulled into quicksand by unseen hands. The sea didn't need to rise. The city fell to meet it. And in its descent, it froze. Entire structures, shops, homes, warehouses, sank intact into the bay, preserved by layers of silt and water. Even now, divers find pewter plates still stacked on tables, chairs upright, doorways unbroken. It is one of the only cities in the Western world to be buried by water and left so hauntingly undisturbed. For centuries, Port Royal was considered lost, a tale of divine retribution or nature's justice. But in the 1950s, a team of archaeologists began to rediscover what the sea had hidden. Using careful excavation techniques, they uncovered brick buildings beneath the waves, alleys, courtyards, even a pocket watch stopped at precisely 11:43 a.m., the moment the city began to die. These weren't ruins, they were snapshots, moments, time locked in water. The preservation was so complete that Port Royal became a landmark case in underwater archaeology. Not because it was ancient, but because it was alive. Still today, divers can drift through doorways that haven't been touched since the 17th century. They can see the past not as fragments, but as rooms. And it's here that the mystery begins to shift. Because while the quake is well documented, while the geology is understood, there remains an aura around Port Royal that science alone cannot explain. Why there? Why then? Some point to the city's decadence, to its excess, its violence, its refusal to bend to decency. They believe Port Royal's collapse was not coincidence, but consequence. That in a land of pirates and plunder, the earth itself passed judgment. Others reject this. They say earthquakes happen where plates meet and pressure builds, and that human vice plays no role in fault lines. But the symmetry is hard to ignore. A city called wicked, taken in a moment, preserved, as if in warning. One of the strangest aspects of Port Royal's underwater remains is how complete they are. Unlike other sunken cities, broken, eroded, shattered, Port Royal's ruins feel recent. Walls still rise, roofs remain. A bed frame rests in place, undisturbed. The sea did not destroy, it sealed. Some divers report an eerie stillness in the water, as if the city breathes, but does not stir. Objects haven't drifted, they haven't scattered, they wait. And that has led to other questions. One of the city's most infamous residents was Henry Morgan, privateer, governor, and pirate, a man whose name still stirs legends. Though he died before the quake, his shadow lingered. Some say the city never escaped him, that his buried treasures still lie within its sunken streets. Others whisper of ghost stories, of divers who surface shaken, who hear voices through the regulator's hiss, who claim they felt watched, in a place where no one else was present. Superstition perhaps, but understandable, in a place where time feels halted, where the line between history and haunting is paper thin. In the decades since, parts of Port Royal have resurfaced, both metaphorically and in ruins occasionally revealed by storms or shifting sands. Jamaican authorities have taken steps to preserve the underwater site, recognizing its unique status as a time capsule city. Plans have been made and abandoned to create an underwater heritage park, allowing divers and historians to witness history in situ. But preservation is delicate, and as tourism grows, so does risk. Each dive, each artifact removed, each careless motion takes something from a site that can never be rebuilt. Port Royal stands not just as a tragedy, but as a question. What do we learn when a city vanishes? Not through fire, not through war, but through silence, through the shifting of grains, through the sea deciding what stays and what slips beneath. Port Royal didn't collapse over generations. It wasn't buried slowly by dust or swallowed by vines. It was taken instantly, and yet it remains. Beneath the shallow waters of Kingston Harbour, less than 30 feet from the surface, the ghost of a city lies waiting. Not metaphor, not legend, brick and bone, cups still resting where lips once touched them. A world paused mid-sentence. It is this immediacy, this closeness, that gives Port Royal its weight. We often think of ruins as ancient, as distant, but this was a city of theatres and shops, of docked ships and laughing taverns, a city of light, extinguished, and so the mystery endures, not just in how it fell, but in why it lingers, preserved not by intention, but by accident, by a moment that shook the earth and let the sea fill its place. Port Royal may never rise again, but it has never truly left. Its bricks are still there, its streets, its stories, written in salt, waiting to be read by those who dive slow and listen deep. Story 5. The Baiae Submerged Villas. From the sunken ruins of Port Royal, a city devoured in a single moment, we drift eastward toward a coast where the sea moved slower, but just as inevitably. Not all cities drown in violence. Some are lulled into the depths, inch by inch, until their rooftops vanish beneath the tide and their names fade into legend. But here, beneath the calm waters of the Bay of Naples, the past is strangely intact. Marble courtyards, mosaics untouched, columns still standing. This isn't the wreckage of disaster. It's the luxury of an empire preserved in silence. This is Baiae, Rome's sunken playground, a city of villas, of power, of whispered indulgence, now resting just below the waves. Baiae was once a playground of emperors, a coastal jewel nestled along the Bay of Naples, where steam rose from thermal springs and marble villas shimmered in the Mediterranean sun. It was where the elite came to forget the burdens of rule and indulge every whim. Seneca called it a place of vice. Augustus built palaces there. And Nero? He claimed the coastline as a stage for his most decadent theatrics. But Baiae did not fade gently into history. It slipped beneath the sea. Today, what remains of this once glittering resort lies off the modern coast of Bacoli, submerged in the Tyrrhenian Sea. Divers glide through bathhouses and peristyles. Mosaics, intact and intricate, still line the sea floor. Columns rise from the sand like the bones of a drowned empire. Baiae was not destroyed by war, nor swallowed by sudden calamity. It sank slowly, and no one stopped it. To understand Baiae's fall, we must first understand its rise. The coastline of the Bay of Naples has always been a geological puzzle. Tectonic activity, volcanic upheaval, and a rare phenomenon known as bradyseism, the gradual rising and falling of the Earth's surface due to volcanic pressure, shaped everything. Baiae emerged in the 2nd century BCE, just as Rome was transitioning from republic to empire. The land was fertile. The air smelled of salt and sulfur. Natural hot springs bubbled up from beneath the earth, rich in minerals and cloaked in steam. Romans believed this region was touched by the divine. The nearby Lake Avernus was thought to be an entrance to the underworld. The thermal waters were said to possess healing powers. It made sense then that those who ruled would come to bathe in both luxury and legend. And so they built. Villa after villa, bathhouse after bathhouse, temples to Venus, Diana, and Mercury. Entire palatial complexes carved into hillsides with panoramic views of the sea. The architecture was ambitious, even by Roman standards. Vaulted ceilings, courtyards framed by colonnades, floors of black and white mosaic depicting scenes of gods, beasts, and battles. The villas at Baiae were not mere homes. They were statements of power, of taste, of unassailable wealth. Julius Caesar visited. Nero constructed a floating banquet hall on barges tethered in the bay. Pliny the Elder wrote of the decadence. But prosperity has a weight to it, and Baiae was heavy with it. By the 4th century AD, the city began to change. Rome's power fractured. Its emperors came less often. The villas stood, but many were unoccupied. And then the land began to move. Bradyseism is invisible, but relentless. Caused by the movement of magma beneath the Phlegraean fields, a massive, still active volcanic area west of Naples, the ground around Baiae began to sink. Not all at once, centimetre by centimetre, year by year. Some structures warped, others cracked, and slowly water came in. The sea did not roar, it crept. By the medieval period, much of the original city was gone. Not destroyed, but relocated beneath the waves. The coastline had changed, the land had dipped, and Baiae had vanished into the shallow turquoise waters of the bay. For centuries, the ruins were spoken of, but not seen. It wasn't until the 1940s, when aerial photographs revealed strange patterns beneath the water, that archaeologists began to take serious interest. The shapes were too regular to be natural. Straight lines, right angles, courtyards, pavements, an entire Roman city, underwater. Today, the site is known as the Underwater Archaeological Park of Baiae. It is one of the most unique diving locations in the world. Unlike shipwrecks, which scatter and splinter over time, Baiae's structures remained largely in place. The mosaic floors of domus rooms lie just feet beneath the surface. Marble statues, many retrieved and restored, once stood along paths now paved with algae and light. But some statues were left, and they watch you. Swimming through Baiae is like moving through a dream half remembered. The past is clear, but unreachable. Every column tells a story. Every arch hints at voices long gone. The sea has not erased the city's grandeur. It has preserved it. Divers pass through the Nymphaeum of Emperor Claudius, a lavish, domed sanctuary built to honor nymphs and water deities. Now submerged, the structure houses replicas of statues once found inside. Ulysses, Mercury, and an emperor who no longer rules, but still lingers. Elsewhere, remnants of lead piping suggest how advanced Baiae was in its engineering. Heated floors, flowing fountains, even underground chambers designed for rest and retreat remain beneath the sediment. But not all of Baiae has been recovered. Large sections of the city are still hidden. Some lie under layers of volcanic ash and debris. Others are buried in silt, untouched for nearly 2,000 years. Sonar surveys continue to map new features. In recent years, a vast paved road, perfectly preserved, was discovered extending from the main villa district into deeper water. Flanked by what appear to be shops or service buildings, it raises the question: how far did Baiae stretch? And more pressingly, what lies further out? Could there be temples, still whole, resting beyond the mapped area? Could there be libraries, forums, or tombs lost to the sediment's embrace? Some researchers believe there is much more to find. They point to historical records that mention elaborate marble theatres, additional palaces, and a sanctuary dedicated to an unknown deity, all of which have yet to be located. But exploring Baiae is difficult. The waters are shallow, but the site is delicate. Bubbles from scuba tanks can disturb fragile materials. Shifting currents expose and conceal artifacts in equal measure. The Bradycism continues to this day. The land still moves. And so, discovery proceeds slowly. Each year, a little more is revealed. A wall, a statue base, a carved inscription worn by water and time. But with each discovery comes new questions. Why was Baiae abandoned so fully? Why did no one build atop its ruins when the waters receded, as has happened elsewhere along the Mediterranean? Was the sinking seen as a curse? A punishment for centuries of decadence? Some medieval accounts speak of Baiae with fear, a cautionary tale of excess, a place where emperors reveled and the gods grew silent. And yet, the silence of Baiae is not total. Even now, fishermen report strange occurrences, lights flickering just beneath the water, unexplained temperature changes in patches of sea above the ruins, voices heard when no boats are nearby. One diver claimed to have heard music while descending, faint, like flutes carried on the current. He surfaced. No boats, no noise above. He went back down. The music was gone. But so was his sense of time. He had been underwater for 20 minutes longer than his dive computer recorded. His air levels matched the shorter time. The discrepancy remains unexplained. Of course, these are anecdotal, but they linger. Some blame volcanic gas leaks. Others whisper of time anomalies or residual energy. A few go further. They believe that Baiae did not sink by accident, that something below wanted to be forgotten. They point to the city's obsession with the underworld, to the shrines and sacrifices made in caves just inland, to the tales of Emperor Tiberius's descent into caverns said to house prophetic voices, to the idea that Baiae was never just a city, but a threshold between land and sea, between power and ruin, between memory and myth. In the end, Baiae remains, not in textbooks or museums, but beneath the water, shimmering in currents, quietly eroding, endlessly enduring. A city of emperors, a place of heat and stone and sin, and now a monument to the idea that nothing, not even empire, lasts forever. The sea took Baiae, but it did not destroy it. It keeps it, and in doing so, it invites us to look down through the blue veil of time and ask the oldest question of all: what else have we lost to the waves? And what waits, still undiscovered, just beyond the edge of the map? Story 6. The Portus Julius's Ghost Harbour. From the submerged villas of Baiae, where emperors once bathed in thermal pools and gazed at sunsets through marble colonnades now softened by centuries of sea spray, we drift only a short distance along the curve of the Italian coastline. But we are not leaving that world behind, because the sea, in this corner of the world, holds on to memory like a vault. And as we turn from Baiae's fallen opulence, we arrive at another Roman ghost. Not a resort, not a playground, but a harbour. One that once bristled with warships, with whispered orders and clanking chains, with the breath of engines and the dread silence before launch. It was called Portus Julius, and like Baiae, it was powerful. And like Baiae, it is gone, but not forgotten. Because Portus Julius did not vanish in a single, cataclysmic moment. It did something stranger. It drowned slowly, in parts. And if you go diving today in the Gulf of Pozzuoli, just west of Naples, you can still see it. Piers beneath the waves, warehouses cut into the rock, silent breakwaters once meant to protect Rome's most vital naval force. Not ruins, remnants, as if the sea didn't destroy it, but gently covered it, preserved it, like a memory too dangerous to leave exposed. To understand why Portus Julius mattered, and why its disappearance remains so unnervingly quiet, we have to go back. Not just to the age of emperors, but to the moment when the Roman Republic teetered on the edge of transformation. The year is 37 BCE. Rome is no longer a confident republic, but a fractured power bleeding from civil war. Julius Caesar is dead. His adopted heir Octavian, not yet Augustus, is vying for control against the forces of Mark Antony. The Mediterranean, once claimed as Mare Nostrum, our sea, is boiling with tension. Pirates roam the waters. Rival fleets clash along the coasts, and a new kind of naval warfare is emerging. This is the backdrop for the birth of Portus Julius. It was more than a port. It was a naval complex of staggering ambition, a fusion of military might and engineering vision. Built under the direction of Marcus Agrippa, Rome's rising admiral and Octavian's most trusted ally, the harbour served a dual purpose: a training ground for Rome's new fleet and a secret launch point for coming battles. What made Portus Julius so remarkable was not just its size, but its camouflage. The Roman engineers selected a location nestled between Lake Avernus and the Lucrine Lake, two volcanic crater lakes near the coast. By excavating a canal that connected these lakes to the sea and enclosing them with a series of breakwaters, Agrippa and his engineers created a fully enclosed inland naval base. From above, it was invisible. From the shore, it looked like nothing. But beneath that silence was a hive of warships, shipbuilders, soldiers, and spies. It was here, in these protected waters, that Agrippa trained the fleet that would eventually defeat Mark Antony at the Battle of Actium. It was from these hidden docks that Octavian would solidify his claim to empire. And it was in these shadows that the future of Rome and the future of the Western world was quietly forged. But the sea was watching, and it has a long memory. After Actium, Portus Julius quickly fell from favour. The very features that made it brilliant, its enclosure, its concealment, its narrow canal routes, became liabilities. Silt from the surrounding volcanic soil began to clog the passages. The inner lakes, once ideal for concealment, became stagnant. The base was relocated to Misenum, just to the west. Portus Julius faded. And then, almost as if the sea had been waiting, it began to sink. Not suddenly, not violently, but gradually. The phenomenon is called bradyseism. It is a geological process specific to this region of Italy, where underground volcanic activity causes the ground to rise and fall over time. The land itself breathes, and when it exhales, when the ground sinks, even by a few meters, the sea takes the opportunity to move in. Over the centuries, bradyseism lowered the coastline of the Gulf of Pozzuoli, and as it did, the harbour of Portus Julius slipped below the surface. Today, divers exploring the site find eerily preserved roads, mosaic floors, collapsed columns, and stone quays descending into the murk. Unlike the chaotic tumble of most ruins, Portus Julius remains startlingly intact. The sea moved in slowly enough to leave the bones undisturbed. It did not devour Portus Julius, it adopted it. But not everything here can be explained by geology alone. There are stories, half whispers from fishermen and locals, about strange currents in the area, waters that churn without wind, lights that glint beneath the surface, then vanish. Some divers have described a sensation while exploring the submerged piers. Not fear exactly, but a heavy presence. A feeling that the harbour isn't empty, that something or someone remains. Perhaps it's the knowledge that this was a place of war, that men trained here to kill, that secrets were forged in silence and sent out across the empire like daggers in the dark. Or perhaps it's something else. There is a tunnel, narrow, partly collapsed, that runs from Lake Avernus toward the sea. The Romans believed Lake Avernus was the entrance to the underworld. The name itself, Avernus, means without birds, because birds flying over its gases would drop from the sky. This tunnel, some say, was more than a passage. It was a threshold, a connection between worlds, land and sea, life and death, empire and abyss. Could it be that Portus Julius was built not just for strategy, but for symbolism? A hidden harbour on the edge of the underworld, a place where ships launched not only into battle, but into the unknown. Roman religion was full of rites and signs, and many of their greatest military sites were chosen not just for practicality, but for alignment with myth. Portus Julius was a gateway, and now it lies beneath the waves. Some historians argue that the slow drowning of Portus Julius represents nothing more than poor planning, that Bradycism and shifting tides made the location unsustainable. But others point to the care with which it was first constructed, to the lengths Rome went to hide it, and to the strange coincidence of its collapse happening not in a disaster, but in a gradual, almost reverent decline. Almost as if it were allowed to sink, as if, once its purpose was served, it was no longer meant to exist. Archaeologists have spent decades trying to map the submerged remains. Some sections of the breakwater are still visible above water during low tide. Others can only be reached by submersible, but much of the harbour remains unexplored. Silt has covered entire stretches of the inner basin, and the movement of the sea constantly reshapes what lies beneath. Yet every so often, something re-emerges. A marble statue with an arm still intact, a rusted anchor wedged in ancient stone, a bronze coin lodged between fallen bricks. Each time, it feels like the harbour is exhaling again, revealing, for a moment, what it still remembers. There are theories, of course. One fringe idea suggests that Portus Julius was built atop something older, that beneath its Roman construction lie the bones of a far more ancient port, a pre-Roman structure swallowed by time. There is no hard evidence for this, but sonar scans have shown strange anomalies beneath the known layers. Smooth lines where there should be jagged break, angles that don't match Roman designs. And in one section, divers reported finding a corridor that leads nowhere, a hallway sealed by stone but still intact. Why build a corridor that leads to nothing, unless it once led to something else? The area around Portus Julius has always been geologically unstable. Volcanic vents, sulfur springs, fumaroles that hiss like breath through the ground. Some have wondered whether the Romans believed this place was not just near the underworld, but built directly above it, and whether Portus Julius was more than a military outpost, whether it was, in some hidden capacity, a gate, a Roman liminal zone, a place where messages were sent not just across the sea, but into deeper currents. Myth? Maybe. But then again, myths are often memories with the names rubbed off. Portus Julius was forgotten for centuries. Its name passed into footnotes, its structures lost to sediment and salt. It wasn't rediscovered until the 1950s, when aerial photography revealed strange rectangular shadows beneath the water. Since then, efforts to preserve and document the harbour have slowly increased. But even today, many of its chambers remain out of reach. and its full story is still unknown. What we do know is this: Portus Julius was born in a moment of crisis. It flourished in secrecy. It helped birth an empire. And then, as quietly as it rose, it receded. Not into legend, not into oblivion, but into the sea, where it still lies, waiting. In the shifting waters off Pozzuoli, you can see the edge of the breakwater glinting just beneath the surface. Fishermen pass by in silence. Tourists stroll along the modern coastline, unaware of the ghosts beneath their feet. And somewhere below, in that drowned cradle of empire, stone quays still hold their shape. Barnacles cling to carved pillars, and the sea whispers against the walls. Not loudly, just enough, as if to say, "We remember. We keep what you abandon. We are the archive of things you thought were gone. And we do not forget." What else, we might wonder, waits below the waves? How many other places like Portus Julius slipped beneath the surface, not in storm or fire, but in silence? How many secrets lie preserved, not by accident, but by intention? And how often do we mistake what is hidden for what is lost? The Roman fleet left Portus Julius behind when it no longer served its needs. But the harbour did not leave. It stayed. And in doing so, it reminds us, the sea does not erase. It remembers differently. It buries, but does not forget. It holds on to stories we've let slip. And sometimes, when the light is right and the tide is low, it shows them to us, briefly, before hiding them again. So we keep looking, because what was lost to the tide might still be waiting to rise. Story 7. The Carthage's Forgotten Harbours. Engineering lost to time. From the drowned corridors of Portus Julius, where Roman ambitions faded beneath quiet tides, we now follow the current south and back in time, to a coastline where another empire once dared to master the sea. Not with marble arches or ceremonial docks, but with something else, something older, something that may have never fully surfaced. What lies hidden beneath the harbours of Carthage? And what did they once know, that we've since forgotten? Let's trace the silent edge of the Punic coast and the lost naval engineering of ancient Carthage. The story begins not with ruin, but with rivalry. In the 3rd century BCE, two civilizations stood at odds, staring across the Mediterranean like mirrored phantoms. Rome to the north, Carthage to the south. At the height of its power, Carthage was not a crumbling ruin by the sea. It was the sea. Its fleets dominated the horizon. Its merchants stitched distant coasts together like thread. And its harbours, especially its military port, were a marvel so advanced that even Roman historians, sworn enemies, described them with awe. But most of what we know about Carthage comes not from its own records, but from those who destroyed it. In 146 BCE, at the end of the Third Punic War, Rome razed Carthage to the ground. They burned its libraries, sowed its fields with salt, killed or enslaved its people. The city was annihilated, erased, and yet its bones remain. Beneath modern Tunis, below streets and foundations, lie the traces of one of the most sophisticated port systems the ancient world ever knew. The harbours of Carthage, often referred to as the Kothon, were unlike anything seen before. To a passing ship, they might have seemed ordinary. A broad commercial port open to the sea, its outer bay bustling with trade. But behind this public face was something else entirely. a hidden, circular military harbour, accessible only through a narrow channel. Within this secret circle, up to 220 ships could be housed in protected docks. Each berth had a vaulted chamber for storage and maintenance, and at the centre of the harbour stood a mysterious island, likely used by the Admiralty for observation and command. It may have also served as a final bastion, a fortified platform in case of invasion. In this design, Carthage had created something unique, a naval engine room, shielded from the elements and prying eyes. But the strange part isn't that it existed, it's that we still don't fully understand how. Because much of what Carthage built, the methods, the machinery, the materials, remains a mystery. The shape of the military harbour, a perfect circle, suggests mathematical precision. Its layout implies forethought, modularity, and strategic command. And yet, no blueprints survive, no engineering texts, no inscriptions detailing the sequence of construction. We know it worked, but we don't know how they knew it would. Even the depth and function of certain submerged structures within the harbour remain unclear. In recent years, archaeologists have turned to satellite imaging, underwater sonar, and drone photogrammetry to reconstruct the outline of what once was. And what they've found has surprised them. The remains of the harbour, long assumed to be small, isolated fragments, are in fact far more extensive than previously thought. Long, linear anomalies beneath the shallow water suggest breakwaters or canals that extend well beyond the known perimeter. Submerged foundations hint at structures that no longer exist above ground, and scattered across the silty floor are stones. Massive dressed blocks, some aligned with uncanny precision, and others tossed seemingly at random as if by great force or the chaos of collapse. This raises a haunting possibility. What if the Carthaginian harbours we've unearthed are only the visible remains of something larger, something planned, something buried, a forgotten layer of Carthage that predates even Roman conquest, perhaps even predates the Carthaginian Golden Age itself, because the more we look, the more complicated the picture becomes. Marine archaeologists have noted that certain sections of the submerged port show erosion patterns inconsistent with Roman or Punic construction. Some underwater walls appear to have been adapted, reused, from earlier structures. That implies a history deeper than we thought. The harbours we associate with Hannibal and the Punic Wars might have had predecessors. And here's where it gets strange. Some of the foundational elements don't align cleanly with known Carthaginian building techniques. Blocks arranged in trilithon-like formations, retaining walls constructed with stone types not sourced locally, drainage patterns that resemble those found in much older Mesopotamian port sites, all of which raises an unsettling question. Was Carthage built atop something even older? A city within a city? Buried beneath the tide? The idea of a pre-Carthaginian civilization in North Africa is not new. Berber oral traditions speak of ancient seafarers, predating Phoenician colonists, who navigated by stars and lived in harmony with the sea. Their stories describe settlements along the coast, later swallowed by sand and surf. But these were dismissed as legend. Now, the sediment tells a different story. Core samples taken from the bay reveal a layer of organic detritus, wood, shell, and carbonized materials that dates back to the 12th century BCE. That's centuries before the traditional founding of Carthage by Queen Dido. And within that same layer, fragments of worked stone shaped by tools no longer used. Their edges are water-worn, their purpose unclear. One fragment, shaped like a wedge, was once mistaken for ballast. until researchers noticed its finely scored base, designed not to weigh down, but to fit into something else. A part of a collapsed mechanism, a cornerstone of a pier. We may never know. But the deeper we probe, the more the harbour refuses to fit into a single timeline. Multiple construction phases, multiple architectural languages, and possibly multiple civilizations. This poses a challenge to the traditional narrative that Carthage was a colony of Tyre, founded around 814 BCE, and that everything before it was barren, because the seafloor says otherwise. And so we're left with a palimpsest, a harbour rewritten by time, each civilization carving its needs into the bedrock, each layer concealing and protecting the one before. If the Roman port of Portus Julius whispered of strategic retreat, the Carthaginian harbours murmur something older, more layered, more secretive. Why did Carthage build in circles? Why did it hide its military ships behind narrow channels, its inner harbour sealed like a coiled shell? Was it purely defence or ritual? Some believe the circular harbour mimicked sacred geometry, a form found in Punic religious architecture and ancient Mediterranean cosmology. The island in the centre, then, might not have been a command post at all, but a shrine, a sanctum from which the power of the fleet was not just directed, but blessed. If that's true, then Carthage's harbour was more than military infrastructure. It was a living temple, one that moved, one that breathed with sails, wood, and salt. But what does it mean that we've only found pieces of it? Satellite scans show outlines that extend inland, beneath modern structures, trenches that align with no known Roman road, buried curves that match the harbour's arc, as if the port was once double its size. Could the true harbour of Carthage have been a twin-ringed system, an outer harbour for trade, an inner harbour for war, and perhaps a deeper layer still, one never meant to be seen? Divers have found carved grooves in submerged stone platforms, grooves that align with mooring beams, yet curve in unexpected ways, as if designed for ships of an unfamiliar shape. No Punic vessel would have fit them cleanly, nor Roman. Were these remnants of an earlier fleet, or of ships we've never documented? The absence of explanation makes space for speculation. Some fringe researchers believe that Carthage preserved knowledge from an even older seafaring civilization, possibly Minoan or even Atlantean, passed down in maritime guilds, kept in oral traditions, and guarded in sacred harbours. It's a romantic idea, easy to dismiss. But Carthage was famously secretive. Its naval codes, its maps, its trade routes, all tightly controlled. Knowledge was not shared, it was hoarded. And when the city fell, that knowledge burned. The Romans rebuilt Carthage in their own image, layer upon layer, erasing what came before. But underwater, the stones could not be rewritten, and so they linger, like a whisper through salt and time. Today, the site is half buried beneath silt, tourist walkways, and modern Tunisian streets. But at low tide, you can still see the curve of the harbour wall. You can walk where admirals once stood, and if you dive, with the right guide, you can find the ruins beneath. Arches half swallowed by sand, columns leaning like tired sentinels, and stones that form no known pattern. They are older than they should be, and they do not match. Which brings us to a final question. Was Carthage's greatest secret not what it built, but what it built upon? And if so, what's still down there? How many harbours have we mistaken for ruins? How many ruins were once cathedrals of knowledge? The sea remembers. It doesn't offer answers freely, but sometimes It shows just enough to keep us wondering, and so we look again, not to find Carthage as it was, but to glimpse what it might have hidden. Not everything drowned in conquest. Some things went under by design, and there, beneath the harbor's curve, beneath the silt and shadows, something waits, still sealed, still watching, still remembering what we forgot. Story 8. The Legend of Kanehunamoku, Hawaii's Lost Underwater Kingdom. From the broken stone curves of Carthage's harbour, where questions linger beneath sand and seawater, we now drift further into the Pacific, into waters warmer, deeper, and older than memory. The shift isn't just geographic, it's spiritual. Because our next mystery begins not with an empire, or an army, or a ruin that can be measured. It begins with a chant, a whisper carried across generations by the Kanaka Maoli, the native people of Hawaii. A chant of origins and endings, of a place now gone. They called it Kanehunamoku, a floating land, a sacred island, a paradise that vanished into the sea. And for centuries, it was treated as legend, an allegory, a poetic truth perhaps, but not a literal one, until divers began finding things that weren't supposed to be there. Massive terraces beneath the surf, cut stones where no quarry exists, aligned formations too precise for nature, but with no name in any archive. And suddenly, the chants were heard differently, because maybe Kanehunamoku wasn't just a story. Maybe it was a memory, and maybe it still lingers. The Hawaiian Islands rise from the Pacific like the bones of giants, formed not by continent or collision, but by fire. They are the crests of a volcanic trail, a living arc etched across the seafloor by the slow drift of a tectonic plate over a stationary hotspot. Each island is younger than the one before it, stepping backward through time as you sail northwest. But there are older islands, ones that no longer rise above the surface. Islands that have sunk slowly beneath the waves, not from violence, but from gravity and time. These are called guyos, seamounts, drowned relics of land that once stood tall, now flattened by erosion and submerged under thousands of feet of ocean. The Pacific is full of them, and in the waters surrounding the big island of Hawaii, the youngest and largest of the chain, some of these submerged shapes don't look like natural erosion. They look like structures. Divers have long reported strange terraces off the coast of Kealakekua Bay, stepped platforms, rectangular cuts in stone, aligned boulders that seem placed, not scattered. And in 2001, a small team using sonar mapping tools found what appeared to be a series of right-angled formations in an area with no tectonic justification for them. The formations were buried in sand, overgrown with coral, but their shapes suggested intention, a line, a wall, a path. And that's when some began to wonder, was this Kanehunamoku not the mythical paradise of the chants, but the real place, the inspiration, the source? The idea isn't new. In fact, it's woven deep into Hawaiian oral tradition. The chants tell of Cain, one of the four major gods in Hawaiian cosmology. Cain was the god of creation, of sunlight, of fresh water. It was he who made the first man and woman, he who carved life from the land. And Kanehunamoku, the hidden land of Cain, was his sacred domain, described as a floating island in the vastness of the sea, untouched by sickness or death, a place of healing, a refuge, but also a place that could vanish. Some chants say it sank beneath the sea. Others say it simply left, withdrawn, like a gift taken back. Still others speak of it as a testing ground, a place you can only reach if you are worthy, if your soul is in balance, if your purpose is clear. To skeptics, these sound like metaphors. To others, they sound like coordinates. Because Kanehunamoku appears in chants that predate European contact. It was spoken of before the written word came to Hawaii, before maps, before charts. And yet, the imagery is consistent, the descriptions match, and the implications are startling. Because what if there really was a landmass that once stood above the sea? What if it sank, not millions of years ago, like the Gios, but thousands? And what if remnants of it remain? There's a growing body of geological evidence suggesting that parts of the Hawaiian chain have undergone rapid subsidence events in the past. Submarine landslides, collapses, massive chunks of islands suddenly giving way and sliding into the deep. The flanks of Mauna Loa and Mauna Kea are scarred with evidence of these slides. One of the most famous is the Helena Slump, a slow-moving section of the Big Island's southeastern flank that geologists believe could one day break loose in a single catastrophic event, generating a Pacific-wide tsunami. If similar events happened in the past, and we have reason to believe they did, then it's not unreasonable to think that an ancient island could have partially or fully disappeared in the span of a single night, especially if it was small, especially if it was sacred. The ocean wouldn't have needed thousands of years to erase it. Just a moment. And over time, memory would do the rest. The people would remember the place, but they'd remember it in song, in chant, in metaphor. Because how else do you preserve the shape of something that no longer exists? How do you describe a tragedy without letting it become one? You call it floating. You say it vanished. You call it Kanehunamoku. Of course, not all agree. Mainstream archaeologists and geologists are cautious. Rightly so. The underwater formations off Kealakekwa have never been formally excavated. The funding is scarce, the permits are complex, and the cultural sensitivity is immense. For many native Hawaiians, these sites aren't just objects of study. They're sacred. Some elders believe the formations shouldn't be disturbed at all, that if they are part of Kanehunamoku, then they exist in a realm beyond science. That to probe them too deeply is to miss the point. Others are more open to exploration, but urge respect, ceremony, context. And then there are those who believe the formations are natural, volcanic artifacts shaped by the sea and mistaken for architecture. Lava can do strange things, especially when interacting with seawater. It can fracture into geometric forms. It can cool in ways that mimic the orderly. The Giant's Causeway in Ireland is a famous example. A field of hexagonal basalt columns that look carved but are entirely natural. Could the same be true here? Could Kanehunamoku be a story, the formations just rock, and the connection a coincidence? It's possible. But there are details that continue to trouble even the skeptics, like the alignments. Several of the underwater structures appear oriented to celestial events, solstice sunrises, lunar standstills, not with precision, but with consistency. And then there's the fact that many ancient Hawaiian heiau, temples on land, are built in alignment with these same events. Coincidence? Perhaps. But how many coincidences does it take to suggest design? And then there are the oral traditions themselves, too often dismissed, too often misunderstood. But in recent decades, scholars have begun to recognize the extraordinary accuracy embedded in Polynesian oral history. Voyaging routes, star maps, currents, climate changes, passed down without writing, preserved in chant, etched in the mind. So when those same chants speak of a land that vanished beneath the sea, It demands attention, because memory can be longer than we think. In 2011, a documentary crew filming near the submerged terraces brought a cultural practitioner on board, an elder. They didn't tell her what they were looking for, but as the boat passed over the site, she grew quiet, and then she began to chant. Not a modern song, not a tourist performance, but an old Malay. A chant about a land that used to be here, one with flat stones and rising paths, a place that welcomed souls. When asked how she knew, she said the ocean was singing, and she was only answering. There are reports too of strange currents around the terraces, of fish behavior that changes near the stones, of shadows that move without source. Stories told in hushed tones by fishermen who don't go there anymore. They say the reef is healthy, but quiet, too quiet, as if something waits, as if something watches. And then there are the dreams, reported by divers, by sailors, by tourists who didn't know the legend. Dreams of walking streets beneath water, of temples submerged, of voices calling in a language they do not know. Always calm, always gentle, but insistent. Come back, come back. In 2018, a geophysical survey team from a mainland university scanned the area using side-scan sonar. They were mapping for coral resilience. But what they found was unexpected. Two distinct terraces, separated by what appeared to be a channel, both at consistent depth, both showing signs of vertical placement, large stones stacked in a way that defied erosion patterns. The report was never formally published, but the data exists, quietly shared among researchers, and quietly ignored, because without excavation, there is no proof, and without proof, there is no funding, and without funding, the mystery remains. As if sealed, there is a growing movement among young Hawaiians to re-examine these sites, to blend traditional knowledge with modern tools, to ask questions their ancestors once sang, not to exploit, but to understand. What was Kanehunamoku? A metaphor, a memory, a map, or all three? The ocean doesn't give answers easily, but it gives echoes, and sometimes glimpses, a flash of stone where there should be none, a curve too perfect to be chance, a chant that doesn't end. If you stand at the cliffs near Kealakekwa at sunset, when the wind dies and the water goes glassy, you might feel it, a heaviness, not of fear, but of memory, as if the sea is holding its breath, waiting, not for return, but for recognition, because the hidden land of Cain was never truly lost. It just slipped beneath the veil, and perhaps, in some ways, it's still there, just beyond sight, just beneath the surf, listening, watching, remembering, waiting to be remembered. Story 9. The submerged city beneath Lake Issyk-Kul, Kyrgyzstan's frozen past. From the whispered memory of Kanehunamoku, that half-lost island said to sleep beneath the Pacific, wrapped in chant and tide, we now turn our gaze inland to a lake so still it looks painted, a place not touched by surf, but snow, not salt, but silence, because not all sunken cities lie beneath oceans. Some vanish beneath mountains, beneath centuries, beneath ice. At the heart of Central Asia, ringed by peaks that seem to hold their breath in eternal winter, there lies a body of water as old as myth itself. It is cold, deep, and oddly alive. Known as Lake Issyk-Kul, It is the second largest alpine lake in the world. But what draws people here isn't just its beauty. It's what may lie beneath. In 2007, a team of divers slipped beneath its surface on a routine archaeological survey. What they found was not routine. Just a few meters below the lake bed, they discovered stone walls, rows of carefully cut blocks, foundations, pavements, ruins. For years, they were dismissed as misidentified natural formations, until someone remembered an ancient Chinese manuscript, one that described a walled city swallowed by a great lake in the far west. A city older than many empires. A city now thought to be lost beneath these very waters. Could Issyk-Kul be hiding the ruins of a Silk Road kingdom? Let's dive beneath the ice and into a mystery 2,500 years deep. The lake has always been an oddity and a contradiction. Issyk-Kul means hot lake in Kyrgyz, even though its waters hover just above freezing. It never freezes over, not entirely, thanks to its high salinity and depth. And this anomaly alone has fueled stories since antiquity. It lies cradled within the Tian Shan Mountains, an ancient range whose name means celestial mountains. Here the altitude climbs above 5,200 feet, and yet the lake remains unfrozen, brooding, silent. Locals say it never sleeps, that its waters move even when the wind is dead, that sometimes lights flicker beneath it. Some chalk it up to superstition, others to geothermal vents. But the legends go deeper. Long before the Soviets arrived with sonar, before Russian merchants charted its shores, and before even the Mongols passed through on horseback, Issyk-Kul was whispered about in trade routes that ran through China, Persia, and the steppes. The Chinese called it Zhehai, the warm sea. In their annals, they described a kingdom that vanished into it. The Book of the Great Tang Records on the Western regions, compiled in the 7th century by the Buddhist monk Xuanzang, speaks of a land west of the Jade Mountains that was prosperous until the earth shook and the waters rose. Other Chinese sources refer to a city at the edge of a great lake, swallowed in a flood brought by either heaven or war. The lines blur. For centuries, these were thought to be allegories, fables, until 2007. That year, a team of Kyrgyz and Russian archaeologists, led by Vladimir Ploskik and his divers, made their descent into Issyk-Kul, not expecting myth. They were tracing trade routes, mapping underwater contours. What they found were the remains of a structure with stone walls nearly 2 meters thick, running for dozens of meters in a straight line. It was too precise, too straight, too shaped. Further dives revealed what appeared to be courtyards, stone carvings, and fragments of ceramics. Some of the artifacts, once brought to the surface, bore Scythian motifs, stylized animal forms, intricate etchings. Other pieces suggested a mix of Sogdian and early Turkic influence. But what stunned the researchers wasn't just the breadth of the site, it was its age. Carbon dating on organic material recovered near the ruins placed it at over 2,500 years old, possibly as early as the 6th century BCE. That would make it older than many known Silk Road cities, older than Tashkent, older than Samarkand. It would place it in the realm of the Saka, the Eastern Scythians, and their mysterious confederations that moved across Central Asia in patterns we still don't fully understand. But the biggest question wasn't who built it. It was how it ended up at the bottom of a lake. Because Lake Issyk-Kul has no known precedent for sudden, city-swallowing floods. Or does it? As the 20th century progressed, Soviet hydrologists studying the lake's sediment cores noticed something unusual. Deep in the lakebed's layers, beneath centuries of accumulated silt, they found a thin band of disturbed material, a layer of sand and displaced rock that seemed to indicate a sudden, massive influx of water and debris. It was dated to roughly the same period, 400 to 500 BCE. What could have caused it? Some suggest a landslide, triggered by an earthquake, may have collapsed a section of shoreline, dragging part of a settlement down into the lake. Others believe it could have been the lake itself rising after a tectonic shift subtly altered the basin's contours. But if you ask the locals, they'll tell you the lake was cursed. One legend speaks of a cruel king who ruled from a palace near the lake's edge, a man who hoarded gold, silenced prophets, and laughed when the earth began to shake. In the tale, his palace was swallowed in a single night, beneath moonless clouds and a terrible roar. All that remains, they say, is his crown, which still glints beneath the surface on windless days. Of course, such stories exist near many lakes, but what makes this tale peculiar is that versions of it have been found in both Kyrgyz and early Chinese folklore, independent oral traditions describing the same fate: a drowned city, a king swallowed by the waters, a silence that followed. As news of the 2007 dive spread, independent researchers began combing older reports and found that Soviet-era expeditions had, in fact, noted anomalous underwater structures as early as the 1950s. But those notes were dismissed or classified during Cold War tensions. The area had long been of strategic interest, and Issyk-Kul's shores hosted naval training grounds for the Soviet fleet. Military secrecy, it seems, may have buried more than just ruins. Yet some older Kyrgyz fishermen claim they've known about the underwater city for generations. They speak of ruins visible in unusually dry seasons, when the lake's level drops just enough to reveal pale outlines in the shallows. One man recalled, during an interview in the early 1990s, seeing stone steps under the surface that led to nothing. Another described catching a net on what he thought was a tree, only to find it snagged on a carved pillar. The lake, they say, gives up pieces, but never stories. Satellite surveys have since confirmed that the underwater area near the finds is unusually flat and gridded, unnatural, geometric. But the depth and cold make excavation difficult. Visibility is low. The silt resettles quickly, and with every shift in current, the lake reclaims what's been disturbed. Divers report sensations of being watched, shadows that linger just beyond the dive lights, and the sudden silencing of equipment, as if something interferes with electronics just beneath the surface. Most chalk it up to nerves, but some don't return. More recently, a second anomaly was discovered. Not a structure, but a road. It extends from the base of a now submerged hill straight into deeper water, paved in large, smooth stones, unnaturally even. It resembles the ceremonial roads found in ancient Central Asian sites, but leads into blackness. Where does it go? No one knows. Only that it vanishes, just like the city. And so, the theories multiply. Some suggest Issyk-Kul is the true location of the legendary city of Sakatur, a trade center mentioned in ancient Persian and Chinese texts, but never definitively placed on any map. Others posit a branch of the Sogdian Empire once settled here, their archives lost beneath the waves. More fringe theories abound. One proposes that the lake, vast, high altitude, and geothermally active, is a hotspot for magnetic anomalies, that its floor conceals an ancient vault of knowledge, sealed beneath stone, possibly older than recorded history. A kind of Eurasian Atlantis. Another claims the entire structure is part of a broader lake network, pointing to Lake Van in Turkey, Lake Balkhash in Kazakhstan, and even Lake Baikal in Siberia, where similar tales of sunken ruins, glowing lights, and vanishing fishermen are told in hushed tones. Are these stories connected? Is there something about lakes, their silence, their coldness, their refusal to yield to time, that invites such mysteries? Or is it something deeper? Some have begun to wonder whether Issyk-Kul's ruins are part of a cultural memory far older than we assume. A memory not just of a city, but of a pattern, a cycle, of civilizations rising, thriving, and falling beneath the surface, of places remembered only in myth, and sometimes rediscovered in stone. But like all mysteries, this one doesn't end with answers, only echoes. The divers haven't returned in recent years. Funding has stalled. Political instability in the region makes large-scale excavations unlikely. And so the city sleeps again, under ice, under waves, under time. Occasionally, a satellite will pass overhead and capture something strange. A line in the water where no current flows, a glint beneath the sun. But it vanishes as quickly as it appears, and the lake goes still. Issyk-Kul is not like other lakes. It doesn't shimmer, it broods. It doesn't reflect the sky, it holds it. And if you stand at its shores at dawn, when the wind has yet to rise and the mountains hold their breath, you might notice the way the water shifts, as if something underneath is stirring, something that remembers, something that waits, not to be found, but to be remembered. Because maybe what sleeps beneath Issyk-Kul isn't just a city, maybe it's a question, one we're not ready to answer. Not yet. Story 10. The lost island of Bermeja vanished from the Gulf of Mexico. From the frozen stirrings of Issyk-Kul's buried past, where the water moves as if something ancient is turning just beneath the ice, we now drift thousands of miles away, to a place where the ocean hides something stranger still. Not a city swallowed by time, but an entire island, vanished, marked on maps for over 400 years, used in treaties, measured, described, named, and then gone. No storms, no eruption, no sign of collapse, just a clean erasure, as if someone or something didn't want it found again. This is the mystery of Bermeja, an island that once anchored the edge of Mexico's territorial dreams, and then disappeared without a trace. The Gulf of Mexico is not often seen as mysterious. It is warm, shallow, and bordered by coasts bustling with oil rigs, cruise ships, and hurricanes. A basin shaped by eons of shifting seabeds and continental drift. A place with long histories of trade, piracy, conquest, and survival. And yet, right there, in the northern Yucatan's offshore waters, lies one of the most confounding vanishing acts in all of cartographic history. An island that was there until it wasn't. Let's begin in the 16th century. The first known mention of Bermeja appears on maps dating as far back as 1539. Spanish cartographers, expanding their imperial reach, began documenting the shallow banks and emerging islets along the Gulf's rim. Among them, a small red-tinged landmass north of the Yucatan Peninsula. They named it Isla Bermeja, Bermeja meaning reddish in Old Spanish. A poetic nod, perhaps, to the island's rusty soil or strange hue when viewed at sunset. To early seafarers, it was a familiar speck, a reference point, a navigational landmark along the trade routes that skirted the coast of New Spain. And so it remained, charted, logged, repeated, appearing on dozens of regional maps from the 1500s through the 1700s. Not just as rumour or suggestion, but as a fixed geographic fact. Later maps added more detail, estimates of latitude and longitude, distances from the mainland, even speculative topographies. Bermeja wasn't Atlantis. It wasn't myth. It was just there. Until the 20th century, when its absence began to raise questions. In 1997, nearly 5 centuries after its first appearance on European charts, Bermeja Island re-emerged in a very different kind of conversation. Not among explorers or geographers, but among lawyers. Specifically, lawyers from Mexico and the United States, who were negotiating the boundaries of the two countries' exclusive economic zones, or EEZs, in the oil-rich waters of the Gulf. If Bermeja still existed, it could drastically extend Mexico's maritime claim northward, potentially granting it access to a vast portion of untapped oil reserves lying in what's known as the Donut Hole, a deep water area surrounded by overlapping claims. But there was a problem. When Mexican officials set out to verify the island's location, sending out survey vessels, satellite scans, and sonar mapping tools, they found nothing. No island, no submerged shoal, not even a ridge on the seafloor. Bermeja was gone. Or worse, it had never been there at all. This raised an unsettling possibility. Had Bermeja been a centuries-long cartographic error? Some researchers began to suspect so. They argued that early mapmakers may have misidentified a passing cloud bank, a floating mass of seaweed, or even an optical illusion caused by the horizon. Errors like this were not uncommon in the age of sail. Unfamiliar coastlines were often described with a mix of guesswork and folklore. Entire phantom islands, like High Brazil or Sandy Island, remained on world maps for centuries before being quietly erased. But Bermeja felt different, too consistent, too widely accepted, and too precise in its positioning to dismiss as mere myth. More than a dozen independent maps from different centuries, different nations, and different cartographers all agreed within a narrow range of latitude and longitude that Bermeja was real. So what happened? If it had existed, where did it go? Some pointed to natural explanations. Coral islands and atolls are notoriously fragile. Formed from skeletal reefs, they can shift or collapse over time. A single hurricane, earthquake, or underwater landslide could conceivably erase a small island from the surface. Could Bermeja have succumbed to one of these quiet catastrophes? Possibly. But that theory runs into trouble when you examine the depth surveys. According to sonar scans of the area, there is no shallow seafloor, no sunken remnant or submerged plateau where Bermeja was said to be. The ocean at that coordinate is deep, too deep, as if there had never been land there to begin with. This discrepancy only deepened the mystery, and in the absence of a geological cause, a more unsettling idea began to take shape. What if the island didn't vanish naturally? What if it was erased? Some Mexican politicians began to suspect foul play. In 2008, speculation reached national headlines when Senator Jesus Ortega publicly suggested that Bermeja might have been deliberately destroyed, possibly by foreign interests to undermine Mexico's territorial claims in the Gulf. The theory was bold and unnerving. It proposed that the island, real and documented for centuries, was quietly eliminated, perhaps through clandestine explosives, or even submerged during a covert operation. At the heart of this suspicion was oil, The Gulf of Mexico contains one of the world's largest offshore petroleum reserves. If Bermeja had remained intact, or even verifiably existed, it could have shifted the maritime boundaries dramatically in Mexico's favor. Some viewed its disappearance as convenient, too convenient. In 2009, the Mexican Congress ordered a formal investigation. They commissioned a team of experts, geographers, naval historians, hydrographic specialists, and tasked them with one objective: to find definitive proof that Bermeja had once existed. The results were inconclusive. Their surveys found no island, no reef, no trace. But in the process, they uncovered something else, a pattern of corroboration. Old naval logs, colonial-era records, and even 19th century ship manifests spoke of Bermeja as a landmark. Sailors made course adjustments based on its sighting. Merchants noted its position on trade routes. And one 18th century Spanish explorer, Martín Fernández de Navarrete, described seeing it himself. He even sketched it. That drawing, preserved in the archives of Spain's Naval Library, shows a small island with a single rocky rise, red-tinted, barren, but unmistakably land. Still, no modern expedition has ever found it. The question then lingers: were all these observers wrong? Or did something happen in the centuries between? One curious detail adds to the strangeness. Early maps often showed Bermeja as slightly larger, more circular, more defined. But by the late 19th century, the island began shrinking on paper. Some maps showed it as a mere dot. Others began omitting it altogether. By the mid-20th century, it was virtually absent from most official charts. Why the gradual erasure? Was it the slow correction of a myth, or the subtle silencing of an inconvenient truth? There's another theory, one that doesn't rely on sabotage or tectonic shifts, one that suggests Bermeja may have never been an island in the way we understand it, but something transient, a sandbar, a shifting shoal, or a sargassum island, a mass of floating seaweed dense enough to appear as land from a distance, even supporting birds and debris. The Sargasso Sea in the Atlantic is famous for such phenomena. Massive mats of vegetation drifting for hundreds of miles. Could Bermeja have been a temporary formation, held together just long enough to trick generations of sailors? It would explain the consistency of sightings and their eventual cessation. But it doesn't explain the maps, nor does it account for the bathymetric surveys showing no underlying structure. If Bermeja had ever existed, even as a shoal, there should be some elevation, some anomaly in the seafloor topography. Instead, it's smooth, unbroken, as if the ocean was never interrupted there, or as if it was healed. That idea, too strange for some, has gained quiet traction in fringe circles. What if Bermeja was not removed, but concealed? Theorists propose a range of possibilities. That the island was deliberately obscured by military mapping errors, that it was erased from satellite imagery, that it is protected, not by governments, but by the ocean itself, a place not meant to be found. They point to strange electromagnetic readings in the region, anomalies in GPS drift, compass errors, unexplained dropouts in sonar scans. Small things, but persistent, like whispers through static. In one expedition, an independent research vessel attempting to resurvey Bermeja's coordinates reported sudden equipment failure. Their depth sounder, previously stable, began displaying inconsistent data. The sea was calm. The instruments were functional, but the readings made no sense. It was as if the water wasn't there, or wasn't behaving the way it should. The captain noted the event in the ship's log, calling it a brief disturbance like scanning a void that changed shape when observed. Other anomalies followed. Unusual marine life sightings, water temperatures that fluctuated without explanation, and at night, strange lights below the surface, pulsing, then vanishing. Too deep for divers, too shallow for natural bioluminescence. Just there, and then gone. Of course, none of these accounts are officially verified. They remain in private logs, obscure forums, and whispered conversations among oceanographers who don't want their names attached. But taken together, they paint a picture that is hard to ignore. A picture of something erased, whether by time, by nature, or by design. There's one final detail, easily overlooked, but difficult to forget. The exact latitude and longitude of Bermeja, as recorded on 18th century Spanish charts, places it almost directly along what modern-day surveyors call the extended continental shelf line, a legal demarcation used in determining economic rights to offshore resources. If Bermeja were confirmed, Mexico could extend its claim northward by hundreds of nautical miles. Instead, the area fell into a neutral zone, open for international negotiation. The United States later signed a treaty with Mexico in 2000, defining boundaries that excluded Bermeja's influence. The treaty was never ratified by the Mexican Senate. To this day, some lawmakers argue that Bermeja's disappearance cost Mexico billions. But perhaps the most haunting thought isn't legal, it's existential. That in the age of satellites and sonar, of deep-sea mapping and global surveillance, we still have blanks on the map, still have places we think we understand until we look more closely, still have islands that disappear. Was Bermeja ever real? Was it a mistake, a mirage, a cartographic ghost? Or was it something else? Something that didn't vanish? Something that moved? Or worse, something that waits, not to be claimed or named, but simply to be left alone. Because maybe, just maybe, some places aren't lost by accident. Maybe some vanish because they were never meant to be found. And if we do find them again, the question won't be what we've gained. It will be what we've awoken, what we've disturbed, and what we've invited back. From the vanished red speck of Bermeja to the darker depths of maritime memory. Some absences feel louder than presence, and sometimes the most mysterious places of all are the ones that leave no trace, no wreckage, no ruins, only questions. Story 11. The submerged city of Shicheng. From the place where a phantom island once stood, charted, searched for, and then erased, we now cross the ocean and enter a very different kind of absence. Not an island that vanished from maps, but a city that still exists beneath the surface. A place where time once moved with breath and footsteps, where stone gates framed sunlit streets, and markets echoed with life. Today, that city sleeps under dark water. Shicheng, the Lion City, a name that once rang through the valleys of Zhejiang province, etched on imperial maps and whispered in the voices of traders and scholars. A city that stood for over 13 centuries, and then, in a single year, vanished. Not because of war, not because of time, but because it was drowned. At the bottom of Qiandao Lake lies one of the most perfectly preserved underwater cities on Earth. A place that should be lost, but isn't. A city with intact doorways, carved archways, ancient stone lions that still stand guard. homes that haven't crumbled, streets that haven't eroded, as if the lake decided not to erase the city, but to keep it, to hold it, whole. Before the water came, Shicheng stood between 5 mountains: Wuxi, Wulong, Zhongshan, Bijiashan, and Huangshan. They surrounded it like sentinels. The city thrived through dynasties, rising with the Eastern Han in the 2nd century and enduring through the Tang, the Song, the Ming, the Qing. It was a municipal capital, a hub of trade, known for its stone masonry and intricate architecture. Arched gates were etched with dragons and phoenixes. Bridges curled over calm rivers. Its walls were thick, but not just for defense. They were also for beauty, a kind of elegance, not just function. Even in its final days above water, Shicheng bore the craftsmanship of a civilization deeply connected to art, astronomy, and imperial power. But by 1959, that history was rewritten. That year, the Chinese government approved the construction of the Xinyan River Hydropower Station, a massive dam project intended to fuel the growing industrial demand of the region. As the valley filled with water, so too did the city. Some 300,000 residents were displaced from towns and villages throughout the valley. Shicheng was among the casualties. Its residents were relocated. Its buildings were abandoned. Its history, documented, yes, but then entombed. The lake that formed above it was given a beautiful name, Qiandao, or Lake of 1,000 Islands. Tourists would eventually come to marvel at its emerald waters and forested islets. But few remembered what lay beneath. For decades, Shicheng slept. It wasn't until the early 2000s that divers descended through the lake's still, clear waters and rediscovered the city's outline. What they saw was not rubble, not ruin, but preservation. An underwater world suspended in time. It wasn't just the foundations. It was rooftops, stairways, signs etched into stone, still legible. Entire city blocks, unbroken. Wooden beams had not rotted. Plaster facades still clung to their walls. Door frames remained straight. Decorative lintels still bore imperial symbols. There are images now, and footage, but none can fully capture the sensation described by those who have entered its depths. A sense of walking into memory. A city without people, without decay, without time. And here lies the question, why? Why is it so intact? Water typically consumes. Given enough years, it tears mortar from stone, collapses arches, collapses history. But here, in the calm of Qiandao Lake, something else has happened. Experts point to several factors. First, the flooding was clean, controlled. Unlike a tsunami or a hurricane, which shatters what it cannot carry, this was a deliberate, measured process. There was no violence in the water's rise, no crashing wave, only a steady ascent. Second, the oxygen levels in the lower parts of the lake are unusually low. That means slower oxidation, slower decay. Wood is less likely to rot, metal less likely to corrode. Bacteria and plant life find it harder to thrive. Third, the sediment is fine. It settles gently. It cushions. It preserves. And so, Shicheng remains. But even with these factors, there's still something strange, something beyond the chemistry. Divers report a silence, not just the muffled hush of being underwater, but a silence that feels deliberate, heavy, as if the city is not simply abandoned, but paused. There is no sea life darting through the doorways, no plants overtaking the windows. It does not feel reclaimed, it feels waiting. And perhaps most haunting of all, there are no obvious signs of panic. The people did not flee. They were relocated, yes, But the city itself was not stripped. It was not emptied. In some places, furniture remains, tools, objects of daily life, left as if their owners would soon return. But they didn't. The people moved on, the lake rose, and the city was sealed. There are many who believe that Shicheng should be left as it is, that disturbing it would break the spell. Others want to raise it, reclaim it, use modern technology to drain sections, to restore what was lost. But the question remains, restore it to what? Shicheng is no longer a city. It is a memory, and that memory is clearer than almost any other of its age. Here, one can swim through a Song Dynasty market street, drift beneath a Ming Dynasty arch, run your fingers along the stone railings that once looked down on a river that is now gone. Some visitors have reported hearing things, not voices, not noises, just impressions. A flicker of movement, a sense that someone had just turned a corner. The mind plays tricks underwater. Shadows move differently. Light refracts. Pressure changes how we feel, how we hear. But even seasoned divers have come back shaken. Not frightened, not disturbed, just affected. As if the city whispered something. There are carvings throughout Shicheng that have not been fully translated. Some are decorative, others symbolic. One in particular, a pair of stone lions facing each other across a gate, bears inscriptions that have eroded just enough to become ambiguous. Some believe it was a welcome, others a warning. No one knows for sure. Few have seen it in person, and perhaps that's the heart of the mystery. Not what Shicheng was, but what it is now. Is it a ruin, or is it a relic? Is it dead, or simply dreaming? The lake above it is quiet. Boats pass over without knowing. Tourists marvel at the green hills. Fishermen cast nets unaware that their shadows touch rooftops once gilded in red lacquer and song. There are no buoys, no markers, no signs to tell the story of what lies beneath. Only the water and the silence. In recent years, high-resolution scans have begun to map the city in full. 3D imaging, sonar sweeps, light-sensitive drones. The results are stunning. An entire city grid, main roads, back alleys, courtyards, a central tower. It appears to have functioned as both a government building and a temple. What rituals were performed there? What decisions made? And when the waters came, who locked the door? Some theories suggest there are sealed chambers, rooms that have not yet been breached. If so, they could hold scrolls, relics, coins, or nothing at all. Emptiness can be just as revealing. But still, there are those who question whether the preservation is as natural as it seems. Could there have been something about the construction itself, some technique lost to time? Did the architects of Shicheng know something about endurance? Stone selection, mortar composition, placement according to geomantic principles. Feng Shui was often considered in city planning. Perhaps the position of the city within the valley, its orientation to the 5 mountains, even the layout of its walls, were chosen not just for aesthetics, but for permanence. Was it built to survive? And if so, did it? There is an elegance to its preservation, not just in the stonework, but in the restraint. Nothing has been overgrown, nothing chaotic. It feels maintained, and yet no one is maintaining it. No caretakers, no sweeping hands, just water and stillness. Perhaps this is the final form of memory. Not stories passed down, not photographs, but the shape of a place held in the arms of time, protected not by walls, but by depth. The deeper one dives, the clearer it becomes. Shicheng is not forgotten. It is simply elsewhere. Its address is no longer on land. It is in the space between breath and silence, between history and waiting, between what we know and what we choose to leave undisturbed. The Lion City sleeps beneath a lake, and it is listening. Story 12. The Lake Van Ruins. From the silent avenues of Shicheng, where stone lions once guarded ancient gates and entire neighborhoods now sleep beneath the still waters of Qiandao Lake, we saw how a city can vanish, not in fire or chaos, but in quiet submersion. How history can remain intact beneath the surface, perfectly preserved yet utterly unreachable. But the story of sunken cities doesn't end in the depths of China, because not all drowned ruins lie beneath engineered reservoirs or man-made lakes. Some vanish beneath wild waters, remote, ancient, and unyielding. And so, we leave the forests of Zhejiang and drift west, across mountains, past borders, into the heart of Anatolia, to the high, wind-swept plateaus of eastern Turkey, where Lake Van sprawls like a sea among the ridgelines, vast, alkaline, and quietly watching. It is the largest lake in Turkey, and beneath its dark, brackish surface, something is buried, a forgotten fortress, a sunken structure, and a mystery older than the nations that now surround it. This is the story of the ruins beneath Lake Van, a place where water meets legend, and stone remembers what empires forget. For centuries, it was seen as just that, a lake, still, opaque, contained. But in 2017, divers found something that would rewrite that idea. Beneath the surface, nearly 100 feet down, lay walls. Not natural rock formations, not accidental alignments, but unmistakable masonry. And not just one wall, an entire fortress, submerged, intact, silent. It raises the question, who built it? And why did they build something so vast in a place now swallowed by water? This is the mystery of the Lake Van ruins, a sunken stronghold whose origin may predate recorded history, a place forgotten by time, but not by stone. Let's descend into the shadowed waters of Lake Van and uncover the secrets buried beneath its still surface. Lake Van is not like most lakes. Set more than 5,000 feet above sea level, it sprawls across eastern Anatolia like a sleeping inland sea, over 75 miles wide and more than 280 miles in circumference. The air here is thin and dry, the surrounding peaks often dusted in snow, even as the valleys below warm under the Anatolian sun. Villages dot the shores, some ancient, some modern. And in the distance, always, the horizon breaks against the smoking silhouette of Mount Nemrut, a dormant volcano that once reshaped this entire region. The lake itself is volcanic in origin. Thousands of years ago, a massive eruption from Mount Nemrut dammed the flow of ancient rivers, trapping water in the high basin and creating what would become one of the largest endorheic, or closed, lakes in the world. But this isn't freshwater. Lake Van is alkaline, nearly as salty as the ocean in some parts, and unusually rich in sodium carbonate and other minerals. Its chemistry is so unique that few species can survive in its depths. No fish from neighboring rivers ever colonized it. Only a rare species of freshwater herring and certain resilient forms of microbial life thrive here. And that makes what lies beneath its waters even more curious. The ruins were first brought to wider attention in 2017, when a team of Turkish divers and archaeologists, led by researcher Tahsin Ceylan, set out to map the underwater landscape of Lake Van for documentary purposes. At first, they were documenting microbial reefs, known locally as microbialites, odd structures formed by ancient bacteria that thrive in the lake's chemical-rich water. These formations can resemble underwater chimneys or strange coral towers, and are thought to be among the oldest living communities on Earth, similar to the early life forms that dominated the planet billions of years ago. But what the divers found next wasn't biological, and it wasn't living. It was built. Near the lake's southern shore, close to the modern-day district of Adil Chavaz, the divers descended into the blue haze. Visibility was low. The water, though clean, was thick with mineral particles that diffused the sunlight above. But at about 50 to 100 feet down, their lamps lit up something unexpected. A series of stone blocks, aligned, squared, and stacked. Walls that rose from the lakebed in straight lines. Some extended for meters before vanishing into deeper sediment. Others framed what looked like doorways or tower foundations. The construction wasn't random. It was intentional. An entire section of submerged shoreline, covered in masonry. Some of the walls stood more than 10 feet high. Others had collapsed into rubble. But the footprint was unmistakable. This was not a natural formation. This was a fortress. And based on its layout and scale, it may have once guarded the shores of a vanished settlement. The question, of course, is who built it? To answer that, we must turn to history. And Lake Van's past is far older and stranger than most would imagine. This part of eastern Anatolia is one of the oldest continuously inhabited regions in the world. Long before the rise of the Roman Empire, before the Greeks, before even the Hittites, there was another power here, a civilization known as Urartu. The kingdom of Urartu, also called the Kingdom of Van, flourished from roughly the 9th to 6th centuries BCE. Centered around Lake Van, it was a militarized and sophisticated society, with impressive stonework, advanced irrigation systems, and monumental architecture. They spoke a language distantly related to Hurrian, used cuneiform inscriptions, and worshipped a complex pantheon of deities, many tied to mountains, storms, and sky. Their capital was Tushpa, located near the lake's eastern shore, where the modern city of Van now stands. At its height, Urartu controlled vast territories spanning modern-day Turkey, Armenia, and Iran. Their fortresses were legendary. Built high on mountain ridges and lake cliffs, these citadels were designed to endure siege and weather alike. Walls of cyclopean stonework, terraced foundations, and underground cisterns were hallmarks of Urartian design. And the ruins beneath Lake Van bear a striking resemblance. Many scholars believe the sunken walls may date to this period, nearly 3,000 years ago. If true, they could represent the remnants of an outpost or lakeside garrison, constructed during the kingdom's expansion. But if the ruins were always at the bottom of the lake, how could they have served any strategic purpose? That's where things get complicated, because Lake Van's water level hasn't always been where it is today. Geological studies of the region suggest that the lake has gone through significant fluctuations in depth and surface area over millennia. Some studies indicate that Lake Van was once much lower than it is now, possibly by as much as 150 feet, especially during colder, drier periods in the late Bronze Age and early Iron Age. That would place large swaths of the current lakebed above water during key moments of Urartian development. If the fortress was built during one of these low-stand periods, it may have stood along a dry shoreline, perhaps guarding a trade route, a harbour, or a nearby settlement. Then, over time, the lake rose, perhaps from glacial melt, or gradual volcanic shifts, or something more sudden, a tectonic surge or collapsed outlet stream that flooded the basin. Whatever the cause, the lake consumed the land, and the fortress with it. It's not the only example of lost structures in the lake. Further along the shoreline, archaeologists have discovered the submerged remains of a church, believed to be from the medieval period, suggesting that the lake has repeatedly shifted its boundaries, swallowing what was once built with permanence in mind. But the Eurasian ruins, if verified, would be by far the oldest known structure beneath the lake. And yet, no inscriptions have been found, no carvings, no artifacts, only stone, shaped, placed, and then forgotten, which leads to a deeper question. What if the ruins are older still? Some researchers have floated an even bolder possibility, that the submerged walls may predate Urartu entirely, that they could be remnants of a much earlier culture, one for which we have little record, but whose presence lingers in Anatolia's oldest myths. The region around Lake Van is littered with enigmatic relics, megalithic tombs, stone idols, and burial mounds whose builders are lost to time. Could the ruins beneath the lake be the last standing trace of one of these forgotten peoples? There are legends, after all. Local folklore speaks of vanished cities beneath the water, ancient towns lost not to conquest, but to rising lakes and divine retribution. One such tale tells of a great city whose inhabitants angered the gods, prompting the mountains to flood the valley and drown their dwellings. Some versions describe a bell that still tolls beneath the surface during certain nights of the year. Others mention strange lights beneath the water, flickers that dance just out of reach before fading back into darkness. Of course, legends are not evidence, but they do suggest memory, a memory of something that once was and then wasn't. The ruins themselves are still under study. Excavation is difficult in Lake Van's cold, alkaline depths. The structures are deep enough to limit casual dives, and the unique chemistry of the water, while good for stone preservation, is harsh on equipment and visibility. Even remote-operated vehicles struggle to capture clear footage in the silt-rich environment. Still, researchers have begun to create 3D scans of the structures, mapping their dimensions and layout. So far, the signs point to a planned construction, a rectangular complex, perhaps fortified, perhaps ceremonial. But the absence of tools, bones, pottery, or writing leaves room for uncertainty. Could it be a temple, a tomb, a dwelling, or something else entirely? Some fringe theorists have pointed to the scale and depth of the ruins as evidence of a pre-flood civilization, a lost culture from before the last ice age, whose works now lie submerged not just in Lake Van, but in lakes and seas around the globe. It's a theory echoed in similar claims about other underwater sites, the Bimini Road, the Gulf of Kambat, and even Yonaguni in Japan. Could humanity's early chapters have included stone architecture, long before we thought possible? Mainstream archaeology remains cautious. Without inscriptions or datable artifacts, the ruins in Lake Van remain a mystery. Eurasian, perhaps, or something else. But even in their ambiguity, they tell a story of how water reclaims, how stone can sleep for millennia, unnoticed beneath a rippling mirror, how entire chapters of human history may lie just a few meters below the surface, and yet remain unread. What makes the Lake Van ruins so haunting isn't just their presence, but their silence. They offer no clear message, no carved names, no declarations of kings or gods or wars, only the shape of intent, of geometry made by human hands, and then forgotten. And that raises the final question: what else might lie beneath the world's high lakes? If a fortress could vanish beneath one of Turkey's most visible bodies of water and remain hidden until the 21st century, what secrets might rest beneath other mountain lakes, other inland seas? Are we walking past lost cities every day, their rooftops just below the waves? Are we forgetting entire civilizations because they lie not in deserts or jungles, but in the places we least expect? Lake Van holds its secrets well, but in that stillness, that cold, silent watch beneath the Anatolian sky, it reminds us that history is not only written in books and museums. Sometimes it waits in water, heavy, hidden, and enduring, waiting for the right diver, the right question, the right moment to rise again. Story 13. The Doggerland Mystery, the ancient city beneath the North Sea. From the shadowed fortress beneath Lake Van, whose stones rise from Turkey's deepest lake like the last breath of a forgotten kingdom, we now turn our gaze to an ocean far colder, far older, and far more consumed by time. Not all cities are found beneath the sun. Some are lost beneath the waves. Our next mystery lies beneath the grey churn of the North Sea. Not in some distant tropic or along a coral reef, but in the icy waters between Great Britain and mainland Europe, a stretch of sea once walked by humans. Today, that sea is rough, cold, and notoriously unforgiving. But thousands of years ago, it was something else entirely. It was land. Rolling hills, marshes, rivers, forests. And at the heart of it all was a place now called Doggerland. For those who have never heard the name, Doggerland was a vast landmass that once connected Britain to what is now the Netherlands, Denmark, and parts of Germany. A Stone Age landscape stretching hundreds of miles. A bridge between worlds. A forgotten continent swallowed by the sea. We know it existed. That much is certain. But what remains uncertain is what we've lost to the waves. Because Doggerland was not empty. People lived there, hunted there, built homes, tools, and rituals there. It was a place of culture, of survival, of story. And then it vanished. Swallowed not by myth, but by the slow and relentless rise of the oceans. But here's the thing. In recent years, beneath the waves of the North Sea, something has started to re-emerge. Fishing trawlers have dragged up more than bones and stone tools. Sonar scans have revealed strange linear shapes beneath the silt. Patterns that suggest deliberate construction. Foundations that don't match the simple, scattered shelters we expect of Mesolithic tribes. There are whispers of something larger, something more permanent. And so the question is this: what really lies beneath the North Sea? And was Doggerland just a marshy hunting ground, or something more? The story begins over 12,000 years ago. The last ice age is ending. Massive glaciers, once blanketing much of the northern world, begin their slow retreat. As the ice melts, oceans rise, but not all at once. In this brief window of time, a vast plain exists between what we now call Britain and the rest of Europe. It is rich with life. Elk and aurochs roam its meadows. Wolves and bears stalk the shadows. And in small bands, humans traverse its rivers and lakes, living in a world both wild and fertile. To the Mesolithic people, this was not a temporary stopover. It was home. They left behind arrowheads, bone harpoons, and carved antler tools. Flint scatterings where fires were kindled. Even hearths where families likely sat, told stories, and passed down knowledge of the land around them. We find these clues not on dry ground, but dredged from the sea floor, pulled up in the nets of unsuspecting fishermen. And with each discovery, a picture forms. Doggerland wasn't just a bridge. It was a world in its own right. Its rivers had names now lost to time. Its hills, once green and windswept, are now dark ridges beneath the tide. And at the center of it all was the Dogger Bank, a raised area that may have been a highland or even an island during the final stages of flooding. Scientists believe that over centuries, the sea crept in slowly. What was once dry land turned marsh, then swamp, then brackish lagoon. And yet, for a time, the people remained. There is no single moment when Doggerland disappeared. It was a slow drowning, a retreat without a clear escape. But then something happened, a cataclysm. Roughly 8,200 years ago, a massive landslide occurred off the coast of Norway, the Storegga Slide. This triggered a tsunami that swept across the North Sea, crashing into Doggerland with unimaginable force. Waves tore through the lowlands. What was already shrinking beneath the rising sea was now shattered. The data lines eerily well with the disappearance of Mesolithic sites in the region. It may have been the final blow. But what if the people didn't simply vanish? What if they adapted? This is where the mystery deepens. In 2015, a group of marine archaeologists conducting high-resolution sonar mapping over parts of the Dogger Bank began to notice something strange. Linear anomalies. Not natural undulations in the seabed, but patterns. Parallel lines. Rectangular groupings. Even faint signs of post holes. They looked less like hunting camps and more like the foundations of something fixed. Perhaps even a structure. This wasn't what anyone expected. The Mesolithic period is generally associated with nomadic life. Small bands, temporary shelters. But what if Doggerland hosted something more permanent? The problem, as always, is access. The North Sea is not a friendly place for archaeological exploration. Shallow enough for storms to churn its floor. Deep enough to bury artifacts in meters of silt. And with constant commercial activity, fishing, drilling, shipping, the evidence is fragile. And yet it persists. One sonar scan, released in 2019, revealed a near-perfect right angle buried beneath layers of sediment, accompanied by what appeared to be circular depressions. Some researchers believe it could have been a wooden platform or raised dwelling, the kind used in wetland settlements. Others are less convinced. They argue it's all chance, the ocean floor playing tricks. But then, there are the other discoveries. In 1931, a fishing vessel trawling near the Oa Bank dredged up something no one expected. A spear, carved from antler, shaped to a sharp, barbed point. It was over 13,000 years old. That alone would have been remarkable. But embedded in the spear were remnants of pitch, suggesting waterproofing. This wasn't just a weapon, it was engineered. Then came the human remains. In the 1990s, a piece of a human skull was pulled from the seabed. Radiocarbon dating placed it at over 8,000 years old. The skull showed signs of trauma, not from an animal, not from erosion, but possibly from another human. Conflict, ceremony, we can only guess. But the pieces, taken together, suggest something more than passing bands of hunters. They suggest community, possibly conflict, and maybe, just maybe, something like civilization. There are even those who believe Doggerland holds echoes of structures that defy the Mesolithic timeline. Some sonar data, still under review, hints at large geometric outlines buried deep in the silt near what would have been the inland rivers of Doggerland. Too large for a hut, too precise for coincidence. Of course, the official line remains cautious. No temples have been found, no roads, no walls. But that doesn't mean they weren't there. The sea is both a destroyer and a vault. It erases, but it also preserves. And every year, as scanning technology improves, new shapes begin to flicker beneath the surface. Each scan is like lifting a corner of an ancient map, one written not in ink, but in salt and silence. One recent project, known as the North Sea Paleolandscapes Project, aims to reconstruct the topography of Doggerland in its final centuries above water. By modelling ancient river systems and valleys, researchers hope to locate areas where settlements might have clustered. Because people don't settle randomly, they choose rivers, shelter, high ground. And some of the models point to areas that would have been not just habitable, but desirable. So desirable, in fact, that some theorize the Doggerbank may have hosted a gathering site, a kind of seasonal hub for trade, ritual, or alliance. If that's true, then what lies beneath the North Sea isn't just a scattered ruin. It's a drowned city, or many. Some researchers have even pointed to the possibility of a proto-urban centre, not in the way we understand cities today, but in the sense of a central location with repeating occupation, shared resources, and perhaps even early governance. Could Doggerland have hosted one of the earliest cities in Northern Europe? It's a bold idea, but not impossible. After all, our understanding of prehistory is constantly evolving. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey shattered assumptions about the capabilities of pre-agricultural societies. Why not Doggerland? Why not here? Some have even speculated, quietly, cautiously, that the legends of Atlantis, as filtered through European retellings, might echo older memories of lands lost to the sea. Not a single continent swallowed in a night, but many places lost over time. Places like Doggerland. There is even linguistic evidence, though fragmentary, that suggests certain coastal myths in Britain and the Low Countries reference a lost land under the sea. A land of abundance, then flood, then silence. The sea remembers. In the quiet of the North Sea, beneath the chop of waves and the hum of fishing trawlers, something waits. Silted over beams, buried stone, scattered bones, a drowned world, and the faint, stubborn outline of a city that shouldn't be there. Doggerland is not just a geological curiosity. It's a reminder that entire chapters of human history may lie not in the deserts, not in the jungle, but beneath the very waters we sail over every day. It's a reminder that what we know of ourselves is still only a fragment. The rest is waiting, somewhere out there, just beneath the waves, where land once stood, and where memory still lingers. Story 14. The Nan Madol, the Venice of the Pacific. From the lost land of Doggerland, where ancient settlements may still rest beneath the shifting sands of the North Sea, we now travel far across the globe, to a very different kind of mystery. This time, we arrive in the South Pacific, where turquoise waters lap against volcanic coastlines, and coral reefs shimmer just beneath the surface. But beneath this island, paradise lies something much older. A place so unique, so baffling in its construction, that it has left historians and engineers alike without answers. It is a city built not on land, but in the sea. A megalithic marvel of basalt columns, canals, and sunken courtyards. And it was built by hands we no longer understand. This is the story of Nan Madol, and the haunting riddle it presents to the modern world. Off the eastern shore of Pohnpei, one of the 4 main islands of the Federated States of Micronesia, the landscape seems timeless. Rainforests stretch over jagged peaks, and mist often drapes the ridges like a veil. The island is remote, a speck in the vast Pacific, but to those who live here, it is sacred. And just offshore, tucked into a shallow tidal lagoon, is something almost no other place on Earth can claim: a ruined city of stone. Nan Madol spans nearly 200 acres and consists of over 90 artificial islets, each carefully constructed atop coral reefs. These islets are separated by narrow canals and linked by submerged pathways, giving rise to its nickname, the Venice of the Pacific. But where Venice is built of brick and mortar, Nan Madol was assembled from massive slabs and columns of basalt, some weighing more than 50 tons. And unlike Venice, which grew gradually and organically, Nan Madol appears to have been planned with astonishing precision. To this day, no one knows exactly how its builders moved such heavy materials across the sea and through the mangrove swamps, or why they chose to build here at all, exposed to storms, limited in fresh water, and resting on soft, silty seabed. What we do know is that the city was occupied for centuries, and then, for reasons lost to time, it was abandoned. But let us go back before the city was in ruins, before the stone walls crumbled and the jungle began its slow reclaiming. Local oral traditions say Nan Madol was built by 2 brothers, Olusopa and Olisipa, who arrived from a distant land by canoe. They were said to be powerful sorcerers, masters of levitation and sky magic. Legend says they floated the giant stones into place using chants and spells. Some stories claim they summoned dragons to do the lifting. Others say the rocks themselves were alive, obedient to their will. Of course, to most modern scholars, these tales are metaphors, allegories, symbols of a culture's awe at its own achievements. But that awe is well earned, because even with today's technology, replicating Nan Madol would be a monumental task. Many of the basalt logs, long hexagonal columns formed by cooling lava, appear to have been quarried from a site on the opposite side of the island, some 25 miles away. Moving these massive stones, some weighing more than a city bus, would have required tools, pulleys, or knowledge we cannot trace. There are no wheels, no draft animals, no written records, and the city's foundations laid directly atop coral. Engineering on coral is difficult even today. It requires anchoring weight over porous, uneven surfaces that are prone to sinking and shifting. And yet, Nan Madol endures. The site is believed to have been inhabited as early as the 8th or 9th century, with its construction peaking around the 12th to 13th centuries. It became the ceremonial and political seat of the Saudeleur dynasty, a ruling elite that governed Pohnpei for centuries. But Nan Madol wasn't a city in the traditional sense. It was not filled with markets, taverns, or neighborhoods. It was a place of ritual, of burial, of control. The islets were divided by function. Some held tombs. Some were reserved for high priests. Others housed the royal court or served as storage for sacred artifacts. One of the largest structures, The tomb, known as Nandawas, is surrounded by walls up to 25 feet high and 17 feet thick. These were built without mortar, just precise stacking and placement. The structure encloses a crypt where, it is said, the kings of the Saudeleur were buried, surrounded by offerings and guarded by spiritual taboos. Commoners were forbidden from entering the city. In fact, the Saudeleur rulers reportedly demanded that nobles and religious leaders relocate to Madol, consolidating power and separating the elite from the general populace. This separation of power and place was total. Imagine living in a city made of black stone, rising from the sea. Imagine the rituals held at night, torches flickering in salt-laden air, chants echoing through the coral channels. Imagine the feeling of being watched by spirits whose names have long been lost. Madol was not just a capital, it was a portal between the living and the dead, between the seen and the unseen. And then it was abandoned. By the time European explorers arrived in the 19th century, Madol was already overgrown and silent. Locals warned of curses. They said those who lingered too long in the ruins would fall ill or disappear, that the spirits of the Saudeleur kings still guarded the city, that the stones themselves held memory. And perhaps they do, because when archaeologists began excavating the site, they found more than just stone. They found human remains, some entombed with elaborate adornments, others buried hastily. They found sacred artifacts, and they found strange anomalies, passageways sealed with no obvious purpose, basalt blocks that seemed to resonate when struck. They also found signs that the city may extend underwater, farther than initially believed. Divers exploring the surrounding lagoon have reported foundations and walls beneath the sediment, as if part of the city had already begun to sink before it was deserted. Or perhaps it was built on top of something even older. That theory has sparked fringe speculation for decades. Some claim Madol was built on the ruins of a much older civilization, one that predates known Micronesian history. A Pacific Atlantis, a remnant of a sunken continent. These theories are often dismissed by mainstream archaeology. And yet, the questions persist. Why build a city on the reef? Why haul tens of thousands of tons of basalt to a swampy, tide-swept coastline? And how did the builders align their structures with such precision? One theory suggests that Madol served as a ritual portal, a place aligned with astronomical events. Some researchers believe the layout of the islets corresponds with lunar cycles and solstices. Others have proposed that it may have functioned as a kind of initiatory labyrinth, each islet representing a step in a ceremonial journey. Then there's the electromagnetic hypothesis. In recent years, some researchers have speculated that Madol might exhibit anomalous electromagnetic readings, particularly around the larger structures like Nandawas. These anomalies are said to affect compasses, disrupt electronic equipment, or induce sensations of vertigo and confusion. Skeptics attribute these to natural magnetic minerals in the basalt, but to those seeking patterns, it adds another layer of enigma. A lost technology, a spiritual power center, or just the sea playing tricks on our instruments? Perhaps the most eerie thing about Madol is not what we can see, but what we can't. Because even after decades of study, we still don't know who designed the city. There are no surviving plans, no blueprints, no definitive texts. Only the stones remain, stacked, balanced, unyielding, like memory hardened into matter. Local traditions say that the last Saudeleur king was overthrown by a man named Issyk-Kul, a semi-divine warrior who came from the sea and challenged the dynasty's cruelty. According to legend, he was guided by spirits and protected by magic. He brought down the Sodleur regime and established a new lineage of rulers, one more aligned with the people. After the fall of the Sodleur, Nan Madol was slowly abandoned. Perhaps its rituals were no longer welcome. Perhaps the power it once held was feared. Or perhaps the sea simply reclaimed what had always been hers. Today, Nan Madol is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Visitors arrive by boat, gliding over the same waters that once separated the living from the divine. The ruins are quiet. Tidal waters lap against the stones. Fish dart through the submerged passageways. And the jungle presses closer every year. Nature is patient. It remembers what we forget. And still, Nan Madol stands. A city without cranes or concrete, without mortar or maps, without clear purpose, but unmistakable presence. It exists at the edge of what we understand, and just beyond what we can explain. Was it a seat of empire? A sacred portal? A warning? The answers remain underwater, buried in silt and coral, in a language of stone. But one thing is clear: Nan Madol was not an accident. It was meant to endure, to stand not on land, but in water, to defy the tides, to outlive its people, and in doing so, to whisper across time, as if saying, "We were here, we built this, and though we are gone, the stones still remember." But not all ruins lie silent. Some cities are only just being discovered, and some were never supposed to be found. So let us go deeper still, to a place where memory and myth collapse into one, a place where something waits beneath the waves, not just a city, but a question, unanswered and rising from the seafloor. Story 15. The alleged city under Lake Fuxian, China's mystery beneath the depths. Beneath the depths, from the salt-choked ruins of Nan Madol, silent, geometric, and slowly being reclaimed by the tides, we now journey inland, but not upward, because not all lost cities lie beneath oceans or seas. Some have vanished beneath the still waters of freshwater lakes, hidden in plain sight, in places where no one thought to look. And our next mystery takes us to the highlands of southwestern China, a place where the water is clear enough to see 40 feet down, where mist rolls in over the lake like breath on glass, and where, in the year 2001, a team of divers surfaced with a story that would stir both wonder and suspicion. This is the mystery of the alleged sunken city beneath Lake Fuxian, a story of stone pyramids, massive walls, and unexplained silence, and a discovery that local authorities seemed eager to forget. Lake Fuxian lies in China's Yunnan province, not far from the bustling city of Kunming. It is the largest freshwater lake in the region, stretching some 150 square kilometers and plunging to depths of over 500 feet. But it's not just large, it's ancient. Sediment cores suggest that Lake Fuxian may have existed in some form for over 2 million years. Its basin slowly carved by tectonic forces, fed by mountain springs, and left untouched by major development until relatively recently. The lake is steep-sided and unusually clear, with high mineral content and minimal runoff. For divers, it offers excellent visibility, a rarity in China's inland waters. And for centuries, it has been a place of stories. Local legend tells of entire towns swallowed by the lake, of temples that once stood where now only water remains, of a strange eye that watches from beneath. These tales were often dismissed as folklore, until 2001. That year, a group of researchers led by Chinese explorer and diver Zhang Zhaoxiang launched a sonar survey of the lake's southern basin. They weren't looking for a city. Their goal was environmental mapping, charting sediment layers and underwater topography to better understand the lake's ecological history. But what they found was something else entirely. In an area about 7 kilometers off the town of Jiangchuan, the sonar returned strange readings. Regular shapes, flat plains, angles that didn't match natural formations. Zhang and his team suited up and descended. What they found stunned them. Some 30 meters below the surface lay massive stone structures, walls rising in steps, terraces arranged in platforms, stone slabs cut into right angles, and perhaps most strangely, what appeared to be a large pyramidal formation, its sides smooth, its base wide. Zhang filmed everything he could. In murky, green-lit footage, divers can be seen hovering beside what look like cut stone blocks, each several meters long. The architecture appears monumental, more in keeping with Mesoamerican ruins than anything known in this part of China. The estimated footprint of the site was staggering, over 2.4 square kilometers. Zhang and his colleagues proposed that the structures could be over 1,800 years old, perhaps even dating back to the Han Dynasty or earlier. But others went further. Some suggested that this could be the lost city of Yunyuan, a regional capital described in ancient texts, said to have vanished beneath the lake centuries ago. The records of Yunyuan are scarce, but some documents speak of a prosperous settlement that traded along the Dianchi River system until it disappeared, possibly in a sudden flood or earthquake. If the structures under Lake Fuxian were truly man-made, and if they truly predated the known imperial expansions into the region, it could imply a lost chapter of Chinese civilization, a culture advanced enough to build in stone, but forgotten by history. But then, the story shifted. Zhang's footage was released to the press. It aired on local stations, and for a few weeks, excitement built. Archaeologists from Yunnan University were contacted. There was talk of grants, permits, a formal excavation. Then, silence. No excavation took place. Zhang's footage was pulled from state networks. Official statements began to appear, cautious, vague, and dismissive. The structures are likely natural, said one. There is insufficient evidence to pursue a dig, said another. Zhang himself stopped speaking to the press, and gradually the story faded. Today, if you ask local officials about the site, you'll get polite smiles and very few answers. Which raises the question, what really lies beneath Lake Fuxian? Let's examine the evidence. The sonar data, still available in some academic circles, clearly shows regular geometric shapes, right angles, parallel lines, structures extending outward in cardinal directions. The dive footage, though grainy, is compelling. Divers shine lights across blocks that appear cut, stairs that appear deliberate, surfaces that show what might be tool marks. If these structures are natural, they are the most architectural natural formations in freshwater anywhere on Earth. But geology does offer explanations. The lake sits atop a tectonically active zone. Earthquakes are not uncommon, and the region is known for its unique limestone formations, a rock that fractures in unusual patterns under stress. Could the steps and pyramids simply be karst features? Could shifting fault lines and slow erosion have sculpted what looks, from a distance, like human design? It's possible, but that doesn't explain everything. Some structures appear stacked, stone atop stone, in configurations that defy natural deposition. In one segment of the footage, a diver points to what resembles a wall with a square niche carved into it. Another shows a long row of aligned stones, partially buried in silt, but clearly running in a straight line for several meters. And then there's the pyramid. If this is a natural formation, it is a remarkable coincidence. The slope, the symmetry, the orientation, all suggest deliberate planning. More compelling still are the reports of inscriptions. In one of his few interviews before disappearing from public view, Zhang mentioned finding what looked like carved symbols on a flat stone near the base of one structure. He described them as ancient, but didn't elaborate. No photographs of these markings were ever released. Some believe they were a misinterpretation, natural striations mistaken for writing. Others aren't so sure, because buried in local records, scattered across temple texts and regional histories, are cryptic references to a city called Gai-Tu, or the mouth that drowns. These accounts are fragmentary, but they speak of a civilization that lived near the water's edge, a people who built with stone, who drew signs into the earth, and who were lost to the lake after a shaking of the ground. It's hard to date these stories. Some could be from the Tang dynasty, others might be more recent folk tales. But the resonance is there, and it's not the only one. In 2007, a second dive expedition was organized, privately funded and low profile. The divers included engineers, amateur archaeologists, and at least one geologist from Taiwan. They returned with more footage, this time in higher resolution. Some of the structures appeared partially collapsed, as if from seismic activity. Others looked like courtyards or plazas. And again, the strange tiered pyramid appeared, now partially obscured by new silt. The footage was shown at a private symposium. Notes from that event describe clearly artificial elements and the need for immediate preservation. But once again, no excavation followed. Some believe the Chinese government quietly restricted access to the site, whether to protect it from damage or to suppress unverified claims is unclear. Others suspect a different motive. There are those who believe that the Lake Fuxian site doesn't fit the official timeline of Chinese civilization. Mainstream history places the rise of large-scale urban centers in this region around the 8th century CE. Before that, Yunnan was home to smaller tribal groups, mostly wood and earth builders. Stone construction of this scale is not part of the known record. To acknowledge a city of stone beneath Lake Fuxian would require rewriting what we know about this part of China. It might even suggest that a parallel civilization existed, one that vanished entirely. And then, there are the stranger theories. A few researchers have drawn comparisons to the underwater pyramids of Yonaguni in Japan, suggesting a trans-Pacific link between ancient maritime cultures. The idea is controversial, but it's fueled by shared architectural features: step pyramids, right-angled walls, submerged alignment. Some have gone further still, invoking lost continents, ancient cataclysms, even extraterrestrial influence. These ideas stretch the boundaries of plausibility, but they speak to the deep yearning we have to explain the inexplicable. To reconcile what we see with what we're told is possible, and Lake Fuxian continues to resist easy answers. Satellite imagery shows a few anomalies near the shoreline, submerged rectangles, odd depressions. But the deeper areas, where the structures were reportedly found, remain obscured by water. Modern sonar could map the site in detail, but it hasn't been done. Or if it has, the data hasn't been released. As of today, there are no active excavations, no public reports, no academic papers formally describing the site. only whispers. Footage passed between researchers, anecdotes from divers, locals who say they've seen too much, and a pyramid that may or may not be there, beneath a lake that has watched the centuries pass in silence. So what do we make of it? A hoax? A misinterpretation of geology? A forgotten city buried by time and water? Or something else entirely? A fragment of a history we're not yet ready to uncover. The mystery of Lake Fuxian remains, unclaimed, unexplained, and waiting, just beneath the surface. Story 16. The Hypogeum of Malta and the sunken megaliths of Gozo. From the depths of the Pacific, where ancient stone cities rest beneath coral and time, to the eerie harmonics of the Mariana Trench, where the ocean itself seems to speak in riddles, we have drifted through forgotten empires and impossible sounds. But not all mysteries lie in the open sea. Some are hidden inland, beneath stone, beneath silence, beneath centuries of dust and ritual. Others linger just off the shore, in waters far more shallow, but no less strange. Now we journey west, to the Mediterranean, to a pair of islands so small they barely register on most maps. And yet, they are home to some of the oldest surviving architecture on Earth. Megaliths older than the pyramids, carved chambers that bend sound, and ruins beneath the waves that hint at a chapter of history we've only just begun to unearth. This is not just a story about the past, it's a story about what we choose to remember and what we let sink beneath the sea. This is the mystery of the Hypogeum of Malta and the sunken megaliths of Gozo. The island of Malta is easy to overlook. A speck of limestone between Sicily and the North African coast, it appears on the map as a quiet afterthought, a place of sun-bleached cities and shallow bays. But beneath its quiet modern veneer lies a story that stretches deeper than most realize, both in time and in depth. The Hypogeum of Halsaflieni is not just ancient. It is one of the oldest known subterranean temples in the world. Carved entirely by hand from solid rock, the Hypogeum is a 3-level underground structure dating back more than 5,000 years. Older than Stonehenge, older than the Great Pyramid, a temple, a tomb, a sanctuary, perhaps all three. But its true purpose remains uncertain. Its discovery, like so many in archaeology, was accidental. In 1902, construction workers digging foundations for new housing struck stone, and then empty space. Thinking it was a cistern, they continued, only to uncover chambers far more intricate and far more mysterious. Red ochre spirals covered the walls. Aligned passageways led deeper and deeper into the stone, and in the center of the structure, a circular chamber carved with such acoustic precision that sound behaves strangely within it, amplifying voices, resonating at specific frequencies, and distorting perception. This chamber would later be called the Oracle Room. Its echoes are not natural, they are tuned. When a male voice chants within the Oracle Room at frequencies between 90 and 120 Hz, the entire chamber begins to hum. Not just with sound, but with vibration. Bones vibrate, organs tremble. Modern researchers have found that this frequency range can alter brain activity, inducing a mild trance state in some subjects, changing blood flow between hemispheres, even producing what some call feelings of presence. In other words, the room sings back. But why would a people with no metal tools, no written language, create a chamber with such precise acoustic behavior? And how did they do it? The answer remains buried in time. The entire hypogeum is carved into limestone using what we believe were only stone and antler tools. Yet its internal symmetry and architectural sophistication defy explanation. It mimics the construction styles of above-ground megalithic temples across Malta, such as Menasdra and Hagar Kim, but with even greater complexity. And it goes deeper. The lower level of the hypogeum, now inaccessible to the public, descends over 35 feet below ground. There, archaeologists found a chamber with a smooth, polished floor, a shallow basin, and long coffin-like niches carved into the stone walls. This level shows no signs of habitation, no soot from torches, no offerings, only silence, as if it were made, not for the living. Over 7,000 human remains were recovered from the hypogeum, most of them disarticulated, their bones rearranged, stacked, or placed in deliberate positions. Skulls found within show elongated shapes, in some cases beyond what's typical for natural cranial deformation. Some fringe theorists have argued these belong to a long-headed people, a race apart from modern humans. Others point to ritual deformation, but the truth again remains elusive. Perhaps more unsettling than the structure itself is what was found beside it, or rather, what was lost. In the early 20th century, a series of skulls were removed from the hypogeum and displayed at Malta's National Museum. Photos exist. So do written records describing the unusually shaped crania. But when researchers attempted to study them again decades later, the skulls were gone. Removed, archived, or lost, no one knows. And thus, another layer was added to the mystery. But the hypogeum, strange as it is, may only be part of a larger story. To understand why, we have to look beyond the island's limestone hills and into its surrounding waters. Just over 20 kilometers northwest lies the island of Gozo, smaller, hillier, and even more ancient in feel. Here, atop a wind-swept ridge, stands the Temple of Gantija, a name that means place of giants. Its towering megaliths, some weighing over 50 tons, are among the oldest freestanding stone structures in the world. Built by unknown hands over 5,500 years ago, Gantija predates the Great Pyramid by more than 1,000 years. And yet, it shows a mastery of design, curved walls, solar alignments, and finely fitted stones that suggests a culture far ahead of its time. But what's less discussed is what lies beneath Gozo, or rather, just offshore. In recent years, divers exploring the seabed near the island's northwestern coast have discovered something curious. Massive stone blocks resting deep below the surface, arranged in patterns that suggest more than random geology. These aren't mere boulders. Some are rectangular, some are aligned in rows, others appear stacked. The area is known locally for its underwater caves and ledges, but these features do not match the natural patterns of erosion typically seen in the Mediterranean basin. Some of the blocks resemble the outer walls of Malta's above-ground temples. Others appear shaped, cut, or moved. And here's where things grow stranger. The depth at which these blocks are found, roughly 30 to 40 meters below the current sea level, suggests they were once above water. Sea level rise, as we know from post-glacial rebound studies, has submerged vast tracts of land over the past 10,000 years. But if these stones truly date to the same era as the megalithic temples of Malta, then they may have once formed part of a coastal or even island settlement, a city, now forgotten by all but the sea. Local divers have long spoken of underwater cart ruts, twin grooves carved into limestone bedrock that stretch across the island and vanish beneath the waves. On land, these ruts appear as mysterious channels, too deep and narrow for foot traffic, too irregular for modern wheels. Some crisscross, some loop back on themselves. Their purpose has never been conclusively determined, but the fact that they continue underwater suggests they once extended across dry land. What landscape was lost beneath these waves? And what did it once connect? Geologists point out that the Maltese archipelago was likely larger during the Neolithic period when sea levels were lower. Some propose that Gozo and Malta were once connected by a land bridge. Others believe an even wider shelf existed, with plains, settlements, and paths now erased by millennia of encroaching sea, which raises an unsettling possibility that the temples we see today, Gantija, Mnajdra, Hagar Kim, Tarxien, are only the hilltops of a much larger complex, and the rest lies underwater. Satellite imaging and sonar scans around Malta's coast have revealed suspicious formations, long, straight lines, right angles, and clusters of anomalies buried beneath sand and silt. While some may be natural, others defy easy explanation. A joint Italian-Maltese research expedition in 1999 recorded several unusual shapes in the seabed, but results were never fully published. Some suggest bureaucratic hurdles, others suspect intentional silence. Why? What might be down there that we're not meant to find? It's here that the story of Malta's hypogem and Gozo's sunken stones converges into something more than archaeology. It becomes a question, not just about lost temples or sea level rise or ancient engineering, but about memory itself. What do we choose to preserve? And what have we already forgotten? Because what makes Malta's story unique is not just its age, but its silence. We have no written records from the builders of these temples, no myths that survive in local folklore, no names, no kings, no wars, no gods, just stones, aligned with the solstices, carved with spirals, tuned to resonate with the human voice. Some point to astronomical functions, alignments with Sirius, with Orion, with the rising sun. Others suggest fertility cults, death rituals, or early experimentation with acoustics and altered states. But all of it remains theory. The people who built these places, and perhaps once lived in the cities now submerged, are known only by the traces they left behind. And those traces grow fainter each year. Coral covers the blocks, silt settles in the cracks, maps fade, records vanish, and still, the oracle room hums. It does not care if we understand. It does not wait for us to solve the mystery. It simply endures. Some have theorized that Malta and its sister islands were once part of a larger maritime culture, a civilization that used the central Mediterranean as a hub for trade, astronomy, and ritual. The presence of megalithic ruins on nearby Sicily, Sardinia, and the Balearic Islands suggests a network, a kind of prehistoric archipelago civilization. But if such a culture once existed, it has been wiped clean by time and tide. No texts, no tools, no ships, just stones and silence. And the possibility that beneath Gozo's waves lie the keys to an entire forgotten world. Skeptics, of course, are quick to dismiss the idea. They argue that the underwater stones are natural rockfalls, eroded by currents, broken from sea cliffs, rearranged by storms. That the so-called cart ruts are nothing more than quarry marks. That the hypogem's acoustics are an accident. That there is no mystery here, just geology misinterpreted. But if it's all coincidence, it's a remarkably consistent one. Because across continents, From Malta to Japan, from Bolivia to the Nile, we find echoes of the same story. Ancient structures, inexplicably built, eerily aligned, partially drowned, and largely forgotten. And here, on these islands, that story is written not in books, but in echo and stone. So, what are we to make of it? Was the hypogeum a spiritual chamber, a place where the dead were sung into memory? Was it part of a vast ceremonial complex now broken and drowned? Or was it something else entirely? A machine of sound and resonance, built by a people who understood things we've long since lost? We may never know. But one thing is certain. Malta remembers. Its stone remembers. And beneath the waters off Gozo, where divers drift through shafts of light and silt, there are still places where the sea parts. And something ancient waits. Not to be discovered, but to be heard. Because not all messages are written in language. Some are carved into limestone. Some are tuned to resonate. And some are whispered in frequencies that bypass logic and speak directly to something deeper, a memory, a warning, a song. We were here. We built this. And though the sea has taken us, the stone still speaks. And if you listen closely, you may hear it too. Story 17. The drowned city of Rungholt, Germany's Atlantis. From the submerged temples of Malta, where sound once shaped ritual and resonance still lingers in limestone, we now shift north, not just in geography, but in atmosphere. From the sun-drenched Mediterranean, we travel to the wind-swept mudflats of the North Sea. Here, the sea does not shimmer, it seeps, and when it moves, it does not sing, it devours. This is the story of a city that once stood proud along the marshy coast of medieval Frisia, a place of churches and marketplaces, of canals and cattle, of wealth drawn from the sea itself. A city so prosperous, it was called the Venice of the North. And then, in a single night, it vanished. Its name was Rungholt, and what remains of it now lies buried beneath the Wadden Sea, obscured by tidal sandbanks, whispered about by fishermen, and rediscovered in fragments that hint at something far grander than anyone expected. Let us go there now, to the edge of memory, where the sea meets the sky and the past waits just below the surface. Rungholt was not a myth. It was real. Medieval records confirm its existence. A thriving trading town situated in the region of North Frisia, part of modern-day Schleswig-Holstein in northern Germany. By the early 14th century, Rungholt was one of the most prosperous communities on the North Sea coast. It sat within a network of dikes and drainage canals, part of an intricate system of land reclamation pioneered by Frisian settlers. These people did not flee the sea. They tamed it, or thought they had. For the land they claimed was not land in the traditional sense. It was tidal marsh, silty, unstable, and ever at the mercy of water and wind. The very soil beneath Rungholt was a temporary victory. The sea had not been conquered. It had merely been postponed. The town's wealth came from salt and cattle, wool and trade. Merchants passed through. Ships arrived and departed. Some say Rungholt's population swelled to thousands. Others believe it was closer to a few hundred. But what all accounts agree upon is that it was rich, perhaps too rich. Proud, perhaps too proud. And then, in January of the year 1362, came the storm. It began as a low-pressure system off the coast of Iceland, a familiar formation in the cold months. But this one deepened rapidly, a weather event we now know as a European windstorm. As it pushed southeast across the British Isles and into the North Sea, it gathered strength. The tide rose, the winds howled, and on the night of January 15th, a massive storm surge swept across the Frisian coast, an event now known as the Grote Mandrenke, the Great Drowning of Men. By morning, Rungholt was gone, swept from the map. Some chronicles say the town was submerged in hours, others claim minutes. Contemporary reports speak of churches collapsing, cattle drowning, ships tossed into marketplaces, entire communities erased. The death toll? Estimates vary wildly, from 10,000 to more than 25,000 souls lost across the wider region. The truth is, we will never know, because the sea does not leave gravestones. And yet, Rungholt did not vanish into legend immediately. For centuries, locals knew roughly where it had stood. Fishermen would snag wooden beams in their nets. Farmers ploughing the reclaimed marsh would turn up bricks, pottery, even bells. The name lingered in place names and oral tales. But time and tide conspired to bury it deeper. By the 19th century, some scholars began to doubt that Rungholt had ever existed. That doubt would not last. In 1921, an amateur archaeologist named Andreas Busch led a series of expeditions into the Wadden Sea during unusually low tides. What he found stunned the academic world. Stone foundations, canal locks, wooden structures preserved by silt. Rungholt was real, and it was more complex than anyone had imagined. Since then, the site has continued to reveal its secrets, but only slowly, and only when the sea allows. The Wadden Sea is a dynamic tidal landscape, a UNESCO World Heritage Site of mudflats, salt marshes, and shifting channels. Most of the time, the remnants of Rungholt lie hidden beneath sand and water. Only during spring tides or after storms do fragments emerge, a window that may last minutes before the sea covers them again. Over the years, researchers have documented dike lines, wooden sluice gates, ceramic shards, and roof tiles. Ground-penetrating radar has traced outlines of long-lost structures. Satellite imagery has revealed anomalies, straight lines, right angles, where none should exist. And yet, what these glimpses suggest is something extraordinary. Rungholt was not just a town. It may have been a small city, a regional hub. Some believe its scale has been grossly underestimated. In 2019, archaeologists using airborne LIDAR, a form of laser scanning, mapped the seabed at low tide. The results were striking. Evidence of a large, organized settlement with multiple harbors, long streets, and stone buildings arranged in complex patterns. The sea had buried not just a village, but a system. And that raises a deeper question. If this much survived after nearly 700 years of tides, storms, and sediment, how much more once stood here? And if Rungholt was this extensive, were there others? Whispers from neighboring regions speak of sister towns lost in the same storm, names like Idum and Lith, each swallowed by the Grote Mandrenke, each now a phantom echo beneath the waves. But it is Rungholt that haunts us most, perhaps because it had become a symbol. For centuries, poets and preachers used Rungholt as a cautionary tale. Its destruction was framed not as a tragedy, but as a punishment, a divine retribution for arrogance, greed, and hubris. According to local legend, the people of Rungholt had grown so wealthy and decadent that they mocked the church, scorned the poor, and even dared to blaspheme. One story tells of a drunken noble who forced a priest to give last rites to a pig, just to amuse his guests. Another claims that the town rang its bells during storms, not in prayer, but in defiance. And so, the tale goes, the sea rose to reclaim what man had stolen. But there's no evidence these stories are true. They serve a purpose, though, a moral frame for an incomprehensible loss. Because the truth is harder to swallow. That a thriving community could be erased not by wrath or sin, but by wind and water. That a city could vanish in darkness, not because it was cursed, but because it was vulnerable. And that perhaps, so are we. In the decades since Bush's discoveries, teams of archaeologists, geophysicists, and historians have returned again and again to Rungholt's drowned foundations. Each expedition brings new data, a ceramic tile here, a bronze clasp there. But the deeper questions remain unanswered. Who were these people? How did they live? And why, after so much effort to reclaim the marshland, did their defences fail so catastrophically? Some believe the dikes were poorly maintained, undermined by complacency after decades of calm. Others point to the nature of the storm itself, a freak convergence of wind and tide that no wall could have withstood. Still others wonder whether the sea had been rising slowly all along, that the Grota Mandrenka was not a sudden disaster, but the final blow in a longer decline. Climate data from the 14th century supports this possibility. The Little Ice Age was beginning, a period of global cooling that brought more storms, more flooding, and more instability across Europe. Some regions saw crop failures, others saw coastal erosion. And so Rungholt's fate may have been sealed not in a single night, but in a century of change. Its people, unaware, built walls against a tide that was already turning. Today, the Wadden Sea remains treacherous. Tourists can walk the tidal flats during low tide, guided by locals who know the rhythms of the water. But the sea returns quickly, without warning, without mercy. And out there, somewhere beneath the mud, Rungholt still lies. Its stones buried, its streets forgotten, its bells, they say, still audible on stormy nights, carried on the wind like a warning. But perhaps that's just a story. Or perhaps, like all good stories, it contains a truth deeper than fact. Because Rungholt was real, and its vanishing is not just history. It is a mirror, a reminder that what we build, no matter how solid, how proud, how prosperous, can vanish. And not always with notice, not always with cause. Sometimes it takes only a tide, a wind, a night, and the sea. Because the ocean does not care for borders or walls. It remembers what we forget. And in the shifting silence of the Wadden Sea, it waits. Not in anger, but in patience. A patience deeper than stone and older than memory. And when the tide is just right, when the moon and wind align, a fragment might rise from the mud, a shard of pottery, a wooden beam, a line of stones where once a street ran straight, but only for a moment. Then the sea returns, and Rungholt slips back into silence. Not gone, not erased, only sleeping, waiting for the next low tide and the next to remember. Story 18. The wise submerged civilization in the Black Sea. From the lost marshlands of Rungholt, where the Wadden Sea whispers secrets beneath every tide, we now move eastward, past the shifting sands and salt-stained shores, to the darker waters of the Black Sea. A sea that was once a lake that once had shores lined with life. Villages, farms, forests. And then, in what may have been a single, catastrophic moment, the lake changed. Salt flooded in, the water rose, and everything that stood along its banks was swallowed. Today, at the bottom of the Black Sea, marine geologists have found traces of hearths, of homes, of stone walls and timbers preserved in the anoxic depths, places where people once lived and vanished. This is the story of a forgotten civilization, not erased by war or plague, but drowned by time. Let's dive into the quiet collapse of the Black Sea's submerged past. The Black Sea is a strange place, a great inland sea bordered by 6 nations: Romania, Bulgaria, Ukraine, Russia, Georgia, and Turkey. It is vast, stretching over 160,000 square miles. But it is unlike any other major sea on Earth, because below a certain depth, there is no life. Roughly 90% of the Black Sea's waters are anoxic, devoid of oxygen. This is not the case in most oceans, where currents and weather stir the water, oxygenating its depths. But the Black Sea is almost entirely cut off from the world's oceans, connected only through the narrow Bosporus Strait. Its stillness is its signature, and it's in this stillness that the past has survived. For thousands of years, the Black Sea existed as a freshwater lake, fed by rivers, isolated from the Mediterranean. Its shores were fertile, its waters sweet, and early humans settled its edges, building lives in the shadow of its calm expanse. But then, something happened. Around 7,600 years ago, a cataclysmic flood. According to marine geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman, the Mediterranean Sea surged northward through the Bosporus Strait in a violent, earth-altering event. The salt water, heavier and more aggressive, poured into the freshwater lake at an estimated rate of 50 cubic kilometers per day. The lake rose, the shoreline shifted, and as the waters advanced, they consumed over 60,000 square miles of land, an area twice the size of Ireland, lost to the waves. For the people who lived there, it would have been sudden, not a gentle rise, but an unstoppable tide. One morning, you wake to bird song and calm water. By evening, the water has claimed your fields, your home, your granary, the graves of your ancestors, all now beneath a churning, salty flood. There are no texts that describe the flood, no clay tablets or scrolls, but there are ruins. Deep beneath the surface, at depths of over 100 meters, researchers using sonar and remotely operated vehicles have found what appear to be remnants of human settlement. Straight lines in the mud, too angular to be natural. Post holes arranged in circles. Lengths of timber still intact, untouched by rot thanks to the oxygenless waters. One site near the coast of modern-day Turkey revealed a collapsed building, its foundation stones still in place. Elsewhere, ancient shorelines are visible, carved into the underwater landscape like the ghost of a vanished world. These aren't just anomalies. They're evidence of a dramatic moment in human history, a moment when an entire region disappeared. To understand the scale of the event, imagine standing on a hill above the lake. You've hunted these forests your whole life. Your ancestors are buried in mounds not far from the shore. The lake has always been calm, but today, something is wrong. The water is darker, it tastes strange, and it's rising. The flood doesn't crash in all at once like a tidal wave. It pours in relentlessly, day after day. Farms are lost, villages drowned, and people scatter. Some flee north into the steppes. Some flee south into Anatolia. Others take to their boats, not knowing where they're going. What is born in this moment is not just loss. It's memory. It's the kind of memory that becomes legend. Some scholars believe the sudden inundation of the Black Sea could be the origin of ancient flood myths, including the story of Noah. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of humanity's oldest surviving stories, a great deluge is sent to wipe out mankind. A man named Utnapishtim is warned, builds a vessel and survives. In Genesis, the earth is flooded by divine will. Noah builds an ark. He too survives. Are these stories echoes of a real event? A trauma passed down across generations, told and retold until myth overtook memory? It's possible, because when the world changes in an instant, people remember. Even when the records don't survive, the stories do. For decades, the idea of a Black Sea flood was controversial. Critics argued that the timeline didn't align, that no definitive man-made structures had been found. But in the early 2000s, American explorer Robert Ballard, best known for locating the wreck of the Titanic, began conducting deep-sea explorations in the Black Sea. Using remotely operated vehicles, Ballard and his team found well-preserved wooden structures at depth. One in particular, a rectangular outline with regularly spaced beams, looked unmistakably like a house. And it was buried under thick layers of sediment, untouched, unspoiled. At such depths, in oxygen-free conditions, even wood doesn't decay. The implications were profound. This wasn't just a theory anymore. It was a visible past, frozen in the deep. And if this house survived, how many others might there be? The team also found ancient riverbeds submerged far below the surface, suggesting a once thriving watershed now hidden beneath the sea. Even the shoreline itself has been traced, a submerged shelf where reeds once swayed and children once played. But why does it matter? Because this isn't just about geology, it's about people. The people who lived around the freshwater Black Sea weren't primitive wanderers. They were early farmers, fishers, tool makers. They built homes. They buried their dead. They watched the stars. And then they were displaced. Their culture lost, scattered. The flood didn't just take their land, it erased their context. And for millennia, their story went untold. There's a quiet ache to the Black Sea's mystery. Unlike Atlantis or Rungholt, there are no dramatic legends of sudden storms or angry gods. There is only silence. A silence preserved by time and temperature. Because the Black Sea's lack of oxygen has created one of the best natural preservation environments on Earth. Ships over 1,000 years old have been found there, virtually intact. Ropes, cargo, even human remains, perfectly sealed in the deep. If entire ships can survive, what of cities? What of cultures? Some believe that deep below, in areas still unexplored, there may be entire settlements waiting to be found. Stone roads, shrines, cemeteries. But the Black Sea does not give up its secrets easily. The depths are dark, the currents unpredictable, and much of the sea remains unmapped. It is an archaeological time capsule and a frontier. Some fringe theorists have taken the story further. They argue that the Black Sea flood triggered a great migration, one that carried displaced peoples into Europe, into Mesopotamia, and beyond. According to this theory, the sudden loss of land pushed survivors westward. They brought with them agriculture, language, and myths of a great flood. The Indo-European language family, which stretches from India to Ireland, might trace part of its spread to this event. It's a compelling idea, but one difficult to prove. Migration patterns are complex. Cultures blend, clash, evolve. And while genetics, linguistics, and archaeology offer clues, they rarely give certainties. Still, there's a haunting logic to the thought. A flood drives you from your home. You carry your tools, your seeds, your stories. You settle elsewhere, and in time, you forget where the journey began. But the story remains. The story of a flood that swallowed the world. Today, research into the Black Sea's past continues. New expeditions are launched. New technologies, like sub-bottom profiling and underwater LiDAR, open up the possibility of peering deeper into the seabed. But the window is narrow. Coastal development, pollution, and climate change threaten the delicate balance that has preserved the underwater ruins for so long. Each year, a little more silt covers what remains. Each storm stirs the sediment, and the silence grows heavier. Yet in the stillness, there is hope, because the Black Sea doesn't just erase, it remembers. It holds fragments of a world before the sea became salt, before the flood, before the silence. Somewhere down there, in the cold, in the dark, is a doorway to a past we thought lost. Not just a ruin, but a story of people who built homes near a lake they trusted, who saw the tide come in but did not yet know what it meant, who left behind walls, tools, bones, not to be forgotten, but to be rediscovered. And so the Black Sea waits. It does not rage, it does not roar, it holds its silence, holds its secrets, holds the memory of a flood and of a world before it drowned. A quiet collapse, but not a disappearance, because beneath the still waters, something ancient still lingers, not lost, only hidden. And perhaps one day, we'll hear its story rise again, from the depths, from the sediment, from the silence. The sea does not forget. It remembers every city it swallows, every empire it drowns, and every story we were never meant to hear. From flooded palaces to sunken roads, from vanished islands to lakes that bury entire kingdoms. We've only begun to uncover the echoes of a world beneath our own. These aren't just ruins, they're warnings, reminders that time doesn't move in straight lines, and that history, once submerged, doesn't always stay silent. What else lies just out of reach, hidden under silt and silence? How many more lost civilizations are waiting beneath the next tide? If this journey left you wondering, you're not alone. Subscribe for more forgotten worlds, sunken truths, and mysteries the sea was never meant to share. Thanks for watching. And as always, stay curious, stay careful, and stay safe.